Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Umineko Chapter 8. We are about to start a tea party of sorts, a real party, in the not tea party section, with Featherine hosting an event for Ange, going to open the cat box, basically. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see if Ange actually goes ahead with it, or if she changes her mind at the last minute. Let's find out. The ladies in Mental Gym. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began stepping out of them. This is the city of books and not just an actual city, right?
Yeah, Utsuki Kyoji.
And never mind then. Hey, Professor Utsuki.
Oh, これは
A surprise.
前回のコンベンション以来ですな。
I haven't seen you since the last convention. All the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were witch hunters, like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rockinjima mystery.
しかし本当でしょうか。
Still, I wonder if it's really true.
後宮エヴァの日記帳が実在したなんて。
To think that this diary of Ishiromiya Eva actually exists.
私も噂には聞いておりました。
I've heard rumors myself, indeed.
後宮エヴァが死の直前に隠したと囁かれる秘密の日記。
This is that legendary secret diary which Ishiromiya Eva hid away just before her
彼女
death.
はロッケン島の真実をそれに密かに記していたと噂されま
It
す。
said she recorded the details of Rockinjima's truth in there. So of course, instead of proceeding with the plot, we go to a sideways parallel plot, giving us a fourth parallel plot that is also tied in here. Okay. I mean, I did predict that we might be stalling hard, but here we are.
まるで王様の耳はロバの耳ですな。
Just like that fable of the king with the donkey's ears.
人は自分しか知り得ない秘密を穴を掘ってでも口にせずにはいられない。
Humans are tragic
悲しい
creatures.
生き物なのです。
They're incapable of keeping truly silent regarding secrets only they could know.
何でも聞いた話では、ドバイのコレクターが1000万ドルで買収を
From
持
what I
ちかけてる
heard,
と
a
か。
collector from Dubai offered to buy for $10 million. Isn't this in the 90s? Isn't Dubai, like, not relevant until the 21st century?
それはすごい。
Incredible.
それだけロッキン島ミステリーが魅力的なことの証左ですな。
More evidence of the fascination that the Rockinjima mystery is capable of stirring. Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, it wasn't just guests who were allowed to enter. The press was also there in force. The Rockinjima mystery was such a large movement that it became a social phenomenon at some point. Though it died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Ishiromiya Eva's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. Why would we assume that Ishiromiya Eva's diary contains the truth of that mystery? Is it not more likely that it contains her heavily biased account? That she literally isn't even trying to convince anyone, she's literally just writing whatever the fuck she wants in there? I mean, this would be like an incredibly biased account based on the fucking murderer's opinion. That'd be a terrible source for like anything other than their perspective. Especially in a mystery like this. It's like, ah yes, the murderer's just gonna write down, I killed everyone, they're awful people, blah blah blah. Like that's gonna happen. It's more likely that they're... It's not very likely that they would do that. But whatever. On top of it all, the mysterious forger, Itoi Kukuro, was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Itoi Kukuro and Hachijo Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, that meant that Hachijo Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. Though she was thought to be a male author, the fact that she was actually a mysterious woman author alone was enough to cause a stir. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel.
いかにも
Indeed.
私が八条東也です。
I'm Hachijo
先生は
Toya.
過去のサイン会においても影武者を立ててまで姿を現すことを拒まれてきたわけですが
Madam Hachijo, we now know that in your previous book signings, you were so determined not to show yourself that you even used a body
それ
double.
が今回こうして姿を現されたのは どういうご心境の変化からでしょう。
What caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time?
六軒島の魔女伝説は無限の物語を生み出してきました。
The legend of the Rockenjima witch has given birth to endless
それ
tales.
が終焉することの意味を考えれば、
Considering the weight of such a legend's
物
demise,
書きの端くれとしては姿を表す形で敬意を表するべきであると感じたからです。
and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself as a sign of respect. Okay, Hachijo Toya. Just making
偽
it a
書作
bigger
家としての
spectacle.
先生はネット上で真実に至ったと公言されておりました。
As a forger, you announced on the web you had reached the
そ
truth.
れはつまりもう先生は日記の中身をご覧になっているということなのですか。
Does that mean you've already read the contents of that
そ
diary?
してそれはもうじき皆さんにも公開されることとなるでしょう。
And very soon, yes, those contents will be revealed to everyone.
こう言ってはなんですが、
Pardon me for
日
asking.
記の中に記された内容が真実であるとの保証はあるのでしょうか。
Is there any guarantee the contents of this diary are the
個
truth?
人の私的記録に過ぎないといううがった見方もあるようですが、
I mean, one might view it as nothing more than a personal account from a single deceased person. Yeah, that's a good point.
いいえ、
Not at all.
私が保証します。
I can guarantee
日
it.
記には真実が記されています。
The truth is recorded in this diary. Ooh. A stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes.
これにて八条先生の会見を終了いたします。
This ends Madame Hachijo's
報
interview.
道各社の皆さん、本日は誠にありがとうございます。
Allow us to express our deep gratitude towards all the members of the press for coming on this day.
引き続きまして、後宮エヴァ氏の日記の撮影時間に移りたいと思います。
And now we would like to move on and allow you to take photos of Madame Ushiromiya Eva's diary. A hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil, and after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ushiromiya Eva's diary. The book of the single truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be released. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the book of the single truth glint.
以上で会見を終了させていただき
And
ま
that's
す。
all for now.
それでは皆様、会場の方へ移動をお願いいたします。
If you'd all please move to the assembly hall. Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room escorted by men from the hotel. Until she went through a door that said authorized personnel only, the journalists continued surrounding her and asking questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. I assume this is like parallel to the witch world or some shit. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. Either that or that's just fantasy land and this is reality. They're not parallel. It's just one thing. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine.
すごい熱気じゃない。
Things are getting pretty crazy.
楽しめた？
Did you enjoy it?
疲れる。
How
だが
tiring.
悪くない。
Still, it
そ
went
れ
well.
にしてもこの日記は重いな。
And yet this diary truly is heavy. Featherine tossed the diary and Berncastel caught it.
私は少し控室で
A
休
wet
ませて
rest
も
in
らお
one
う。
of the waiting rooms.
出番なんてすぐよ。
You're gonna be up again pretty
休ん
soon.
でる暇なんてないでしょ。
There's not really any time to rest.
では休むと言わず、久しぶりの興奮をかみしめる時間が欲しいと言い直そう。
In that case, call it a short break so I can properly enjoy this long-awaited excitement.
この本、借りるわよ。
I need to borrow
エ
that
ンジ
book.
に一番に見せる約束をしているわ。
I promised Ange I'd show her first.
そうか。
I see.
ならば好きにするがよい。
Well, in that case, do as you please. Featherine left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Berncastel disappeared as well. Back to Fantasyland we go. Like Erica's room, Berncastel's was a balcony without a handrail. It was dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Okay. Ange had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world before her.
遅くなったわね。
I'm late, aren't
ご
I?
めんなさい。
Sorry about that. After Berncastel appeared, the black cats gave a bow and vanished.
ほら、
Here you go. You like how the seal in the diary was actually the diary displayed in public, confirming its authenticity? Yeah, it's... The diary was being displayed, but the funny thing is that she already had the key. So Featherine has the key, which we don't know where it comes from. But the diary in the past was actually elsewhere. That's interesting. Why recover it in the past when the real thing already exists? Like, why recover it in the past when the real thing exists? It seems like Ange's quest didn't really mean much. She caused a ton of destruction for nothing. Because Featherine already had the diary and the key. Like, Ange wasn't needed for either part. If it was like, oh, well, we don't have it, but you can go get it, you know, that'd be one thing. But it's like, okay, we're gonna destroy this pocket dimension, and you're gonna go steal it. Well, we're blowing it up, and it's like, okay, but why?
持って
Here
き
you
たわ
go.
よ。
I brought it.
一なる真実の書。
The Book of the Single Truth.
触れてもいい？
Can I touch it? By all means, I'm pretty sure she's gonna say.
お好きになさい。
Do as you like. Berncastel set it on the table and beckoned NJ forward. Slowly, NJ approached it.
これがエヴァおばさんの日記。
This is on Ava's diary. It apparently guarantees that it holds the absolute truth. But anyone else would tell you that a diary is probably a pretty biased account from that person's perspective, as they're writing mostly to themselves. So if something bad happens, they might try to cheer themselves up. Or they might say this person's an asshole, when really they were acting rationally and they just didn't want to acknowledge their own failures, but... Alright.
そうよ。
That's right.
その中にあんたが知りたかった一なる真実が記されているわ。
Inside you'll find the single truth you wanted. I mean, it makes having the diary exist in the real world with the key already, and having her look for it reduces the chance that she's actually time traveling once again.
鍵は持ってるわよね。
You do have the key, right? How do they not recognize she has the key? It's like literally the key hanging around her neck. Like, ah yes, this giant ass key that's like the size of an apple hanging around my neck that I've been carrying looking for the book. Definitely isn't the key.
ええ、
Yes, of course she has it.
ここに。
Right here. NJ took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, and then gripped it tightly. Even the heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as NJ readied herself.
せかさないわ。
I won't rush you. Just gonna give her some time to make the choice.
あなたの心の準備がついてから開けるといい。
You don't have to open it until you're ready.
この中には1986年10月4日と5日に何
This
が起こった
includes
か
the truth of what happened
記されているのよね。
at midnight on October 5th, 1986, right? At least the one particular to your world, I'd assume. I mean, I'd assume it's biased, but they say it's not, so... Yeah.
あなたが命と引き換えにしてでも知りたいと願ったすべてがね。
It has everything you wanted to know so much. You offered up your life. And here it is. In that instant, two Anges appeared inside of her, taking control of her body at the same time. On one hand, she knew she already paid a great price to learn the truth. Yeah, your life is pretty expensive. On the other hand, this part of her gripped the key, wanting to avoid a second of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now. Okay. At the final moment with the single book right in front of her, you don't want to hesitate. And the other? What's the other thing? A feeling as though she was betraying the brother and family who watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key towards the lock. Why is learning the truth bad? I know it's because of plot reasons battle are introduced, but why is it actually bad? What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary is the destination of my sad, painful 12-year-long journey. Wasn't 12 years enough? Do I want to keep living that way? That brother is an illusion created by my heart, my naive hope a miracle might still occur. And if I put my two options on a scale, the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of that intricate design had fallen off. I couldn't tell where it was broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason its golden glint seemed dulled somehow.
あんたがその鍵で選択をしたから
Because you made your choice with the key.
魔法が一つ消えたのよ。
A bit of magic has disappeared.
何の魔法？
Kind of magic.
バトラーが言わなかった？
Didn't Battler tell you?
その鍵はあなた以外の誰にも渡すことはできないって。
He told you you couldn't hand it over to anyone
そ
else.
のあなたに選択を委ねるという魔法が今
The
その
magic
役
which
目を終えて消えた
left
の
the
よ。
decision to you has just fulfilled its role and disappeared.
その鍵はただの鍵。
The key is just a key
こ
now.
の日記を開け閉めするだけの
You
ただの
can't do
鍵
anything
よ。
but lock and unlock that diary.
そう。
I see.
じゃあこのお兄ちゃんの鍵ももう用済
Then I
みよ。
guess I have no more use for Oni-chan's key.
もらってもいい？
Can I have it?
あんたが読んだ後にもう一度施錠するの。
Once you've read the diary, I'll lock it up again.
その錠前を開けるのもパーティーの立派なセレモニーだそうだから。
I mean, opening that lock will be a big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems.
そう。
I see.
好きにすればいいわ。
Do whatever you want. I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Burncastel slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket.
ではどうぞ。
Go ahead
真
then.
実を知ろうとするあなたの勇気が消えてしまう
Before
前
the
に
courage that led you here fades. I lifted up Aunt Eva's now unlocked diary. The lock was unset. Even the hinge had been released by now. Nothing stands in the way of me opening to the pages within. I thought of taking a deep breath, however I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. It'd be stupid to fuel my reluctance further. I opened it, violently, ruthlessly. I knew this is the right way to open to the pages that held the truth. As soon as the cover was opened, a brilliant light poured out and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters nor words. Okay. Tell me what happened that day on Rockin' Just bzz, right into her brain. Okay. Interesting design of a book. Why not? We'll just beam it to her head. Okay. She instantly acquires the truth. Naturally, they don't tell us literally anything. We just get a flash forward, of course. We get a flashback / flash forward for receiving images. Awesome. Okay. My consciousness returned gradually. I was thinking we'd have like another 2-hour interlude where they just sat there and talked about what happened, or went through everything that happened in summary form. Alright, nothing was written in the open book before me. Of course, this is my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped too. In that case, The auditorium should have been filled with silence, however, I could hear a small commotion. In this world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about in the shadows of the unmoving students. There were students with goat heads. Always the goat head students. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads grew out of the shadows all around the room. They slipped around all the students, stopped in time, and gathered around me. Then they jeered out something in unison as if they knew I could hear, and showered me with giggles and gossip and sneers. Of course. However, nothing came from that came from the goat's mouth reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew that what it was they were saying, and then when I was able to visualize it. One after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped saliva. And they came forward to bite me. Time was stopped for me. I was aware, but I couldn't move. That wasn't literally true. However, I was pretending I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, leaving their faint marks, licking me. Ah yes, the wonderful sensation of being licked by goats? Licked and bit by goats. Yeah, okay. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes? Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, they chewed through my clothes one by one. Over and over again, the goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs around my naked body. Okay. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up, and spoke. They didn't say it with concepts, but with words I could hear. However, they weren't the words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth, which signifies truth that is certain. This is the truth of the Rockenjima incident. I won't accept it. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. Of course. Alright, we're still censoring stuff. After all, blah 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 blah. Something else. I won't accept it, I won't accept it, I won't accept it, I won't accept it. Not like that, not like that. They say, whether you accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. I mean, after all, this is the single truth proven in red. And then some laughter proceeds. Alright. Who cares about the truth? It's so stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if it's the truth or not, right? What? Oh, okay. We're bouncing on the red again. Even if it's red, I won't acknowledge it, won't forgive it, and certainly won't accept it. The red truth is absolute. Who for? It's absolute for you guys, right? I see. She says, it's not for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours.
Ange,
Ange, calm down. It's the truth, bro. You're the one who wanted to know, right? More laughter, alright.
私の真実はエヴァおばさんが犯人。
My truth is that Aunt Ava is the culprit.
エヴァおばさんがみんなを殺したのよ。
Aunt Ava killed
悪
everyone.
いのは全部エヴァおばさん。
Everything's her
お
fault.
父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんもみんなただの犠牲者。
Dad and Mom and Oni-chan or all the others are just victims.
誰も悪くない。誰も悪くない。
I take it she didn't like the truth she got since she's kind of rejecting it. Must have been very close or the same as the one we saw last arc.
だってそうじゃない。だってそうじゃない。
Of course it isn't. Your aunt will always be on your side, NJ-chan.
わかったわ。あんたの言葉の意味。
I get it now. I know what you mean. I know what you meant.
そうよ。エヴァおばさん。あんたが犯人よ。あんたが犯人。
That's right. Aunt Ava, you're the culprit. You're the culprit.
それを認めない世界の方がおかしいのよ。壊れてるのよ。
So I guess we're in denial. That's the first stage, right? First stage of grief, denial. It can't be. It's something else. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that.
正しいのは私。私は赤き真実を、世界のすべてを否定する。
She says, I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth and deny the whole world. Getting ambitious, are we? I mean, you are a witch. You could try.
そう。
I see.
じゃああんただけに記せる赤き真実を記してごらんなさい。
So this is a taunt by Burncastel. She says, I see. In that case, try writing a red truth only you can write. Okay. Okay.
でも人間はどうやって赤き真実を記すの？
How is it possible for a human to write red truth? Aren't we a witch of truth?
あるわよ。
It's possible.
人間にしか記せない真っ赤なインクがあるじゃない。
There's red ink that only humans can write with.
エンジェさん、落ち着いてください。
NJ-san, please calm down.
正しいのは私。間違ってるのが世界。
I'm the right one. The world's wrong.
私が記してあげる。
I'll write it.
本当の赤き真実で私が真実を記してあげる。
I'll write the real red truth. I'll record the truth, the real red truth. All right. Good luck, NJ.
20、屋上、支援大至急。
20, requesting urgent support on the
エン
roof.
ジェさん、
NJ-san,
待ちなさい。
hold on.
早まるな。危ない。
Take this over. Look out.
グッバイエンジェ。Have a nice day.
Goodbye, NJ. Have a nice day.
記してあげる。これが私の記す真っ赤な真実。
I'll write this out. This is my
お
blood red
前
truth.
たちの世界の真実など私は受け入れるものか。
I'll never accept the truth of your world. Boing. NJ's body went past the edge of the balcony. The air which she had once been able to swim through was now completely merciless for some reason. NJ's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Burncastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it and screaming.
20、
20.
エンジェさんが飛び降りた。
NJ-san jumped down.
ダメだ。ここからは姿が見えない。
I can't see her from here.
大至急地上を調べろ。
Quickly, investigate the
無
grounding.
理だ。どうしようもなかった。
There's no way.
ひょっとするとあそこの棒のネットに引っかかったかもしれん。
Maybe she was caught by the safety net?
調べてみよう。
Let's make sure. What fools. If you jumped straight down from this height, do you think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you?
そんな奇跡絶対に起こらないことをこの奇跡の魔女
As
ベ
the
ル
wish
ン
of
カステル
miracles.
が保証してあげるわ
I, Burn Castell, guarantee such a miracle certainly won't occur. Well, them's the brakes. Ange jumps. And in the witch's world, Ange's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the city of books. Looking down from Burncastell's balcony, which was just as high as the skyscraper's roof, did it look like a lovely red-pressed flower? No, you couldn't see it at all. Just like how the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world didn't matter to anyone in the world. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She'd fallen straight down from this height after all. Is it even conceivable she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of her corpse stuck out as though it was tracing something. Could it be that by some impossible miracle she really had escaped an instant death? Could the red blood that had drained from her at that moment of her death been the ink that drew her own personal red truth? However, no one would be able to tell what she had written. After all, the red blood pouring from her corpse had run over it all.
それさえもあんたの選択よ
And even this was one of your choices, Ange. Ava was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Enge's corpse.
私はあんたを生かそうとした
Tried to keep you
でも
alive.
あんたは6歳より先の未来を生きようとしなかっ
But
た
you never tried to live in the future that began after the age
だ
of
から
6.
あんたは12年をかけてやっと元の場所に戻ってき
And so, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started. The eyes on Enge's corpse were closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Eventually, the corpse began to melt away. At the end, it had become a messy lump of flesh with only a few parts recognizable as human. I mean, it was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slamming against
あ
the
んたは
asphalt?
死ねたわ
You managed to die. But
それで天国のみんなに迎えてもらえるかは別だわ
this doesn't mean everyone will be waiting for you in
だっ
heaven.
てあんたはその天国のみんなを拒絶して
After all, you
ここへ来
rejected.
たんじゃ
You reached this place by rejecting all those in heaven.
See you hell
See you in hell.
いい
No,
え多
that's
分
probably where we
そ
are
れ
right
は
now.
ここだったわねさようならエンジェ
So long, Ange. Alright then.
あらエヴ
Ah,
ァちょ
Ava.
うどいいところ
Perfect timing.
お呼びでしょうか我が主
Did you call for me, Master?
そのひき肉のゴミを捨てておいてちょうだ
Clean up this scrap meat for me if you
い
wouldn't mind.
私はこれを戻してくるわ
I'm gonna take this back. In Burncastell's hands were the key which had lost its magic when Ange made her decision, and the book of the single truth which had been locked up again.
かしこまりました我が主
As you wish, my master. After looking down one more time, Burncastell vanished. Once she had gone, Ava summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Enge's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them in a tin bucket. Even in this miserable form, Enge's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die, and from now on, forever, she would drift along in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion until she finally disappeared. She continued questioning herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began cooling, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she'd forget her everyday memories and even the reason she was suffering. However, there was one thing she would never forget: the anguish. From this point forward, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Ange had forgotten even her own name. Okay. So we didn't read anything other than that Ava's not the killer. Okay. Ava's not the killer and presumably her parents are? And not just some like weird happenstance where Ava's maybe the killer. It's like her parents probably are absolutely and they planned it from the start? Alright. What's this sound I keep hearing? I don't fucking know, but I feel like the story should be over, so I don't know why we're still going. It must be the sound of rain. In that case, what are those two bright lights coming towards me? I don't know, but they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever is shining those bright lights is threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was a sound and a car door opened. Car door? Apparently I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. Well, alright then. I guess she lived. Again. Sort of. Not completely dead. I saw a shadow, which was apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come towards me.
ここはそなたの庭か？
Is this your backyard? The shadow questioned me. Of course, I couldn't
そな
answer
たの
it.
庭ならば私は謝らなければ
If it
な
is,
ら
I
ない
must
な。
apologize.
なるほど。このような良き天気の日には昼寝としゃれ込みたくなるような素晴らしき庭だ。
On a day with such fine weather, anyone would want to take a nap in a lovely backyard such as this. I can literally see, like, the rain all over.
しかし私の記憶が確かなら
Unless my memory fails me. The shadow crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman.
ここは天下の公道だ。
This is a public highway you're sleeping on. How's it going,
そ
Featherine?
なたはひき肉になりたいのか？
Do you want to become roadkill?
あるいはすでにひき肉な
Or
の
maybe you
か？
already are roadkill.
どちらなのか教えてほしい。
Well now, which one is it? Do you want to become roadkill or are you already roadkill? I clenched my chest. I felt I needed to answer somehow and communicate my intentions, so finally I managed to let a short groan escape my lips.
なるほど。
I see.
まだひき肉ではなかったようだな。
You aren't roadkill yet. And that was how I met Ikuko. Patient's body is in a frail condition.
記憶障害の可能性が
Some sort
高
of
いです
memory
が
loss is probable as well.
CT を見ないことには分かりませんが脳にダメージがある可能性もあります
We won't know for sure until the CT scan, but there may even be brain
ダメージ
damage.
程度で済んで大いに結構でした。
Well, it's lucky that damage is all we have to deal
あ
with.
そこであのまま寝ていればそれどころでは済まなかったでしょうから。
Any longer in a spot like that, it would have been much worse.
ですな
True.
いずれにせよ大きな病院で一度見せた方がいいでしょ
In
う
any case, I recommend getting this checked at a large
ありがとう
hospital.
先生。
Thanks, doctor.
この件は内密に。
Please keep this off the
これ
record.
はわずかですが往診のお車代に。
It may not be much, but here's some money for your trouble.
わざわざ他言はしませんが
I mean, I have no reason to speak of this needlessly,
は
but
いやいやこんなにたくさんいただくわけには
whoa, I couldn't possibly accept that much. In the end, the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachijo returned.
起きていたのですか。
Ah, you were awake.
具合はいかがです？
How do you feel? I nodded weakly, letting her know it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have no memory of in a house I don't remember at all. First and foremost, here's a woman I've never seen.
まずは私の自己紹介から。
Well, to start, allow me to introduce myself.
私は八条育子。
I'm Hachijo Ikuko.
親しげに育子と呼んでくれても、他人行儀に八条
Feel
さん
free
と
to
呼んでくれて
casually
も
call
構
me
いません。
Ikuko, or act more formal and call me Hachijo-san. Hachijo Ikuko.
八条家はこの辺りではちょっと知られた大地主の
The
名家。
Hachijo family owns a large amount of land and is fairly famous in these
出
parts.
来のいい兄たちと違い、私はどこかずれた変わり者。
Unlike my more accomplished brothers, I'm what you might call a little eccentric. This is one way to go through things.
いろい
Alright.
ろと悪さが過ぎまして、とうとう親たちからも愛想をつかされて追い出され、
I got into a bit too much mischief and my parents finally ran out of patience and kicked me out.
今はここで蟄居をさせられています。
I'm confined to this house.
趣味は推理小説を読むことと、そして書くこと。
As a hobby, I like reading detective novels. And also writing them.
年は秘密の独身女。
My age is, well, a single woman's secret.
心は女子でも、そろそろそれを語るにはおこがましいかなという年頃です。
My heart is that of a girl, but I'm approaching the point where calling myself one becomes increasingly absurd. With the haze my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact she was trying to cheer me up.
それで、そなたの名前は？
What's your name? My name? Logically, I know being a human I must have a name, and I do have the feeling I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt.
何か名前以外に覚えていることは？
Can you remember anything besides your name? Who am I? My head? No, even my heart was a mess of torn flesh. I couldn't remember a thing, not who or what I was. But I must remember, I had some kind of purpose, a mission? In order to remember that, I must remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where was I born? What was my birthday? I may need to remember something, anything, really.
Toshi?
Age?
私の年は秘密です。
That's my little secret. 18.
私が18歳に見える？
I look like I'm 18? I'm 18.
ああ、そなたの年齢ですか。
So that was your age.
やれやれ、政治が過ぎると思いました。
I thought you were being a little too flattering. Turns out we were saying our own age. Huh. When I asked myself how old I was, the number 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, the number 18 felt a bit out of place. My mind felt younger than that, and my pathetic body felt much older.
なるほど。
I see.
そなたは18歳というわ。
You're 18.
そしてそれ以上のことは
And that's
何も覚えていないと。
all you can remember? I nodded weakly. I never knew that knowing nothing about yourself could make you feel this powerless.
では、そなたが自分の名を思い出す
Well, in
ま
that
で、
case,
18という年にちなみ、
until you remember your name,
18と書いて、東野と読む名前を与えましょう。
let's give you the name Toya, written with the characters for 18 until you remember. That works really well. That works well.
八条東野、
Hachijo Toya.
いかがです？
What do you think?
なかなかかっこいいです。
That sounds pretty cool.
自画自賛。
I gotta say, I've impressed myself very much with that one. True, it's not bad. It's not bad. Hachijo Ikuko gave a satisfied laugh. From then on, I took the name Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I'd been hit by a car and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. You want to hear my take? In episode 6, why did Game Piece Canon go and rescue Game Piece Battler? Why would... I assume you mean why specifically it was Canon and not anyone else? I'm going to assume that it was Canon because that's the physical location that Shannon was in, or like where they were claiming Shannon was, like the physical location of Shannon slash Beatrice slash Yasu was reflected as like what might have been canon. like it might have been where that was. That's my opinion, is that basically, like, the person who's physically capable of... Why did Canon rescue Battler? What was Canon's motivation? Isn't Canon a piece? Why did Canon act in that way rather than doing something else? Like, the logic of pieces is, like, a little bit confusing. Supposedly they can't act without intervention, but then they can also act and take actions based on other people's commands. And then sometimes they're intelligent enough to act on their own. It's a little bit inconsistent. So I just assume that it's like... I assume that it's just like something they would do once they found a solution or some shit. It would just automatically happen once once someone discovered a solution, the solution would execute itself to save Battler from the room. It's a pretty vague... The rules for pieces are very vague. Because on one hand, we have Erica saying that, like, because you had a piece do this and you didn't tell them to do anything else, they literally couldn't do anything while I slowly sawed their head off. And then on the other hand, you have pieces taking action without Battler's input, which should be physically impossible. So it's not really clear what the rules are for pieces doing anything. Like, Beatrice is a piece, Gop's a piece, and so is Virgilia, but somehow they're attending, like, a funeral. Somehow they're attending Battler's wedding and talking and doing literally anything apart from what Battler assigned them to do. Now, apparently, I can kind of understand Beatrice because she's like a super piece, where he's trying to make her an intelligent person. But that doesn't explain Gap or Virgilia. Like, it doesn't really make too much sense why they can take actions then not take actions when the rules are very, very muddy. My opinion is that the rules are too muddy and the author just basically has them do whatever he wants for the sake of the plot. Because based on the actions that Erica's able to take without Battler's knowledge, pieces literally can't act without a game master directly controlling them. But in other scenarios, it seems, and in the same scenario, Battler found it frustrating that the pieces only ever said what he wanted them to say exactly to the letter. Like, he has to think they're saying this, and then they repeat it back to him. So it shouldn't be possible. Maybe you could say Battler subconsciously solved the problem, and then thus Canon came to the rescue because that was his solution, and he just didn't consciously solve it until that minute. That could maybe be like an explanation. But like what we're told about the rules and what the experience of people with the rules for game pieces seems to be is, like, really inconsistent. But I don't think it's super important because it seems to be it doesn't seem to be important to, like, the author of the story. It's kind of just like they write whatever they want to have happen happens with the pieces, and you kind of just go okay and accept it. That's been my impression at any rate. Because, like, at sometimes they're like, this thing is completely inhuman. It's like a robot that doesn't. It's like a generic robot with a person shell, and then other times it seems to be an actual person. It's very, like, back and forth. So I just take it as however the plot tells me to take it and just ignore it. Like, there's some things that are really annoying when they change them. Or when, like, they get really, really sketchy or start, like if they get really, really when they get really sketchy with, like, their red text, it bothers me, but it doesn't bother me if they play games with their, like, pieces, like the concept of pieces and stuff. That one's not a big problem. So on that day, I was hit by a car, and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, she probably would have driven straight onwards, thinking she ran over a dead dog or something. Later on, perhaps rudely, I suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikuko herself. But when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on that theory. Hachijo Ikuko lived in a small but lovely mansion on top of a small hill in a village with a view of the sea. Another argument could be that like he was already going to go save him in the first place. If he could have been already sent to go save him in the first place, he could have been sent there by Beatrice. The logic error could just naturally resolve itself with like the most logical solution. Or Battler could have been aware of the potential trap of a logic error and set Canon up to do that for him as his escape from the logic error. I mean, I think that makes Battler look really stupid. He's playing like some crazy roulette where it's just like, I set all these things up to happen and then maybe it happens. And then maybe it doesn't happen and the things don't work as described and things go suddenly well for me. Which is like annoying for the reader. Like, I think assuming Battler knows about the logic error, it doesn't really make sense for him to go into it unless he's trying to like awaken Beatrice to her potential. Which seems like a big gamble, but then again, he's big on gambles. So like faking the logic error makes him look questionable unless he's trying to awaken Beatrice. At which point, Canon saving him makes sense because he already ordered Canon to save him. He just said, you know, Canon saved me in X days or whatever. Still doesn't explain why he isn't permanently mind-slaved to Erica, but you know, whatever. We'll just ignore that part. So Hachijo Ikuko lives in a small but lovely mansion on top of a small hill in a village with a view of the sea. She owned the hill behind her and was more than capable of enjoying the 4 seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really did suffer from some form of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a difficult task. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head would often hurt so much it felt as though it would explode. However, as I slowly accepted the fact I was a new person with the name of Hachijo Toya, the headaches became less frequent. The whole time, no memories returned to me except for the fact I'd been 18. However, I was unable to remember any more, unable to even be sure that 18 was my true age. Eventually, I stopped trying to remember my former self.
Ohayo, Toya.
Good morning,
昨日
Toya.
はひどい嵐でしたが、よく眠れましたか？
It was quite the storm last night. Were you able to sleep well? I had some trouble falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript.
おやおや、
My.
どこまで読んでくれたのですか？
How far did you manage to get? I finished it.
これは驚いた。
Now that's a
あの
surprise.
量の原稿用紙を一晩で読み切ったというのですか？
Read through all of that in a single night? I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I'd finished before I knew it. It was like I was just skimming it, or maybe I was taking in each page with just a glance.
どうやらそなたは速読の心得があるようですね。
Oh, seems like you have some talent at speed reading.
してどうでしたか？
How was
感
it?
想は。
What did you think of it? I liked it a lot. Still, if you don't explain that part about the ocean currents a bit more clearly, it might be a bit unfair for a detective novel. Oh, but I thought it was great you had the foreshadowing with the ring right there at the beginning. After I finished, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think giving people that feeling is what detective novels do best. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, you have my apologies.
いや、なぜ謝るのです。
Of course not. Why are you
驚い
apologizing?
ています。
I'm just shocked.
そ
That's
な
all.
たの的確な感想は称賛に値するでしょう。
Your detailed opinions are worthy of praise, I believe.
そなたはどうやら批評家か、あるいは推理小説作家の才能
Seems
があ
you
るら
have
し
some
い。
talent as a critic or a detective novel writer too. Need to know something about the ocean currents. Wow, that would be a fucking hard detective novel. Interesting though. Okay. A detective novel writer. A critic. From across the fog of oblivion, I seem to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries or something like that. That way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. I took a painkiller and swallowed it with fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I really? No matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. From what I've been told, the frequency of the headaches might be lessened by brain surgery, but there was no guarantee it would do my memory any good. Ikuko said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still in there, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm that me somehow. By now, I'd gotten used to dealing with the headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. Bit by bit, I became free of the headaches and got used to my new life as Hachijo Toya. Gradually, my interests shifted from myself to Ikuko. Hachijo Ikuko, a very strange woman. First off, she's apparently the daughter of a well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric, and the various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she was given this house and ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been a particularly social person, and so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. She had no friends, and apparently really likes clocks. No one ever came to visit. When I wasn't around, she only ever talked to an old black cat she had kept as a pet named Burn. I don't know her real age. She doesn't seem to be too old to marry yet, but with an isolated life like this, she isn't likely to meet people. She sometimes says she hasn't met anyone worth the trouble, but I think she's already given up on marriage. Her everyday life is very simple. She either reads through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else she'd write them herself. At first I thought she was a novelist at a private retreat plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscripts she finished just end up clipped together in a pile. With me as the sole exception, it didn't look like she ever let anyone read them. A novelist is someone who writes novels for people to read, so I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she kept writing novels no one would ever see. Ikuko-san, why don't you ever show these to anyone?
そなたには見せています。
I showed them to
無
you.
論、出来のマシなものに限りますが。
Only the better ones, of course. Haven't you ever thought of sending these to some publishing company? It's a waste otherwise, when your works are so interesting.
私の作品など、プロには通じぬ。
My works can't stand up against the pros.
一度送ったことがあるが、さっぱりダメでした。
I sent one in once, but it was absolutely no good. Fun fact, publishers, even if you have fucking solid gold on your hands, will not just accept that. You typically need to send your fucking... Much like applying for jobs, you basically have to send your fucking manuscript to like every single publisher on the planet, sometimes more than once, to try and get them to accept it. And I'm pretty sure like just about every well-known author that started out had to do that, even if their first book was fucking amazing.
私には分かっています。
I understand my
こん
position.
なもの、素人の道楽です。
This is just an amateur's pastime. I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who's so well versed in detective novels from all times and all across the world.
大飯ぐらいが良き料理人になれるわけでもない。
Being a big eater doesn't mean you'll make a good cook.
推理小説を読み散らすことが良き推理小説家であることを保証するわけでもない。
Reading every detective novel you can get your hands on is no guarantee you're a good detective novelist. Yes, but you aren't just reading novels, you're also writing novels, so it gives a... So you at least have like some amount of experience, even if you don't know whether or not you're doing a good job.
そういうことです。
That's how it is.
だからこんなものは道楽に過ぎません。
That's why this is nothing more than a pastime. Is it really fun to write novels you don't show to anyone?
かつては楽しかった。
I mean, it used
か
to be.
つては。
Once. But what about now?
そなたに感想を得ることが楽しい。
I like getting to hear your opinions.
とりあえず、
At
一
any rate,
章を書き終えました。
I finished writing the chapter.
お茶を用意させるので、また読んで感想を聞かせてもらえませんか？
I'll go make some tea. Would you mind reading it again and sharing your thoughts with me? Saying this with a smile, Ikuko thrust a pile of manuscript paper at me. I'm convinced that whether you read detective novels or write them, they're boring if you're all on your own. You can only find something really precious when you share that world with someone else.
どう
Headache.
や？
Oh, yeah?
しっかり。
Are you okay?
今頭痛薬を。
I'll go get some headache medicine. No, I'm fine. I'm more interested in this manuscript. I can't wait for the new chapter. The seasons passed. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose name I didn't even know, we spent our days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale and unproductive days, however, Hachijo Toya found satisfaction with this new life.
かようにして我が黒首と奇譚は幕を閉じるのである。
And so the curtain closes on the strange tale of Kurokobe Island.
りょう
The end. With a dramatic flourish of her pen, Ikuko signified that her manuscript was now complete.
どうであるか。
What do you think?
そなたのプロットを生かしつつ最後に辻子の悲恋をもう少し厚くして
I
みま
tried
した
using your plot to make Tsujiko's tragic love scene at the end a bit more moving. I think it's good. I'd say the last farewell is sad enough to make it moving as a story, just not as a reasoning puzzle. Or not just a
当夜
reasoning
のプ
puzzle.
ロット
No.
があればこそです
So it's got a story and a reasoning puzzle to it. Thanks. All thanks to your
こ
plot.
の作品の前には私がこれまで書き溜めた原稿などちり紙の価値さえない
Compared to this work, everything I've written before now is worth little more than scrap
書き
paper.
ながらも私が世界で一番最初の読者であることの興奮
Why, even as I was writing it, I was excited to be the first person in the world who got to read
こ
it.
んな経験は初
I
めて
never
です
felt that before. Oh, I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Akuko-san. At some point, she roped me in as well, and I too started my journey in the world of writing detective novels. Apparently, the old me had some talent for mysteries and detective novels and the like, and my talent seemed to be a fairly unorthodox kind. I tried turning famous mysteries from across the world on their head, twisting those ideas into something new. However, a few ideas weren't enough to make a book. No meal's complete if all you do is chop vegetables. Thanks to Ikuko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, my ideas were transformed into a work of fiction. In this work, The Strange Tale of Kurokubi Island, the two of us merged the best of our respective personalities. Though I hate to brag, it turned into a masterpiece we could show to anyone without shame.
もしもし
Hello.
書斎にシャンパンを持ってきてください
Please bring us some
グ
champagne.
ラスはあなたの分も
A glass for yourself as well.
これまでで一番の作品が仕上がりました
This is the best job we've done so far, so let's celebrate! Ikuko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Joined by the servant who happened to be working that day, and the cat Byrne, we raised our glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikuko-san, I have an idea if you don't mind.
お祝いしましょう
Okay, let's hear it.
こう
I love hearing your ideas.
そなたの話すアイデアならシャワーとトイレ
As
中
long
で
as
なけ
I'm
れ
not
ば
in the
い
shower or
つ
on
だ
the
って耳
can.
を貸そう
Alright, fair enough. Why don't we try submitting our book? I've never read anything this interesting before, and I'm sure lots of other people will want to read it.
そうでしょうか
You think so?
過去にもそう思い投稿しましたが結果は
I tried once in the past thinking the same thing, but the result was... I believe in your talent, Ikuko-san. What about you?
私とてそなたの才能を確信していま
Why,
す
of course I believe in your talent. Then it's decided! To Ikuko-san's big debut.
当夜のメジャーデビューを祈って
To Toya's big debut. We clinked our glasses once more, and on it went. So, how's the manuscript submission go? Do we skip that? What are we doing next? We must have had way too much to drink, and before I knew it, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Kuko must have put it there. The lights were out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Outside it started raining, and it reminded me of the day Kuko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was, and I usually get headaches. So I wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Kuko-san, turn on the lights. Using a computer in the dark is bad for your eyes.
おや起こしてしまいましたか
Oh, did I wake you up? No, I slept well. I feel refreshed now. I turned on the light and looked out through a gap in the curtains. As I thought, it was the sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of that day. It's raining pretty hard out there. The wind looks pretty strong too. I hope the rain gutters don't get too clogged with leaves again.
先日掃除をさせましたから当分は大丈夫でしょう。
I just cleaned them the other day. They should be fine for a while. Her answer sounded a little abstracted. Apparently her attention was absorbed by the computer. You've been hooked by the computer lately, Akuko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something?
バカバカしいとは思いつつもなかなか面白いのです。
Maybe a bit juvenile, but it's pretty
ほ
interesting.
ら、例の六軒島事件。
It's about that Rockenjima incident. Rockenjima?
六軒島ミステリーの話は先日したでしょ。
I told you about the Rockenjima mystery a few days ago, remember?
これが今ネットでブームになっている
Been
のです。
huge on the net
そ
lately.
れをめぐる議論や考察、中でも偽書が実に面白い。
The discussions, the theories, even the forgeries have been quite entertaining.
偽書というのは付近の島に流れ着いた後宮マリアの署名のあるボトルメッセージが他にもあったと仮定して書いたもので、
Ah, yes. And forgeries are stories based on the premise yet another message bottle signed by Ushiramiya Maria existed and drifted to one of the nearby islands. Ikuko kept showing off her knowledge of the subject. There's no computer here, it is literally a typewriter. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what was the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched my head.
どうや大丈夫ですか。
Oh yeah, are you okay? My head hurts. The Rockenjima explosion accident, the many disquieting rumors surrounding it, the scheming of the relatives after Ushiramiya Kinzo's vast wealth and the hidden gold. And the truth? Ushiramiya Eva, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually everything would be inherited by the granddaughter, Ushiramiya Ange, who escaped armed because she was absent on that day. Ange, Ushiramiya Ange. I'm Ushiramiya... No good, my head's getting split open. Incomprehensible scenes pierce my eyelids from the inside like blades of light. Well, time to remember. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Toya? Who am I? Who are these people? What's this memory? Oh, Ikuko, someone else's memory is hurting me. My head's splitting. Well, all amnesiacs must have recovered their memory at some point. The plot demands it. I could hear the sorrowful sound of wind. That must be rain. Who was I again? I'm
Ange!
Ushiramiya.
Ange!
Ange.
お願いよ返事をして。
Please say something. Voices. Voices calling to me. Dad and Mom. It can't be. In 1986 on Rockenjima, Mom and Dad...
エンジェしっかりしろ
Ange, hang in
お
there.
父さんの声が聞こえるか
Can you hear Daddy's voice?
お願いだから返事をして。
Please say something. Ange! Dad? Mom? I'll say it out loud. Dad? Mom?
エンジェ
Ange.
エンジェよかった
Thank goodness. I could feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids must have been open, or have been open for a while now. I could feel the light slowly returning to my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, my eyes got used to the light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. However, it was an unusual sight which seemed to be very far away. My body was being hugged by Dad and Mom. Dad was sniffling, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes too as she held me tight. So what did we end up doing with the book? I'm curious. Because she said she'd write the truth, she'd write her own red truth and then jumped. I was kind of predicting, and that they didn't tell us, that she just straight up ripped out like the last 3 pages of the diary and fucking jumped, and her blood covers the pages so they can't actually tell that she's ruined it, because she didn't actually they didn't actually like check or reveal anything for us. So if you wanted to be like, fuck this truth, it ain't happening, I'll write it myself. I mean, that you could probably do that. A little bit over dramatic if you think about it, but I mean, it kind of works, I guess. So there were tears in Mom's eyes too as she held me tight. All right, we woke up in the Golden Land for some reason. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. They held me with all their strength. Me, the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse, and who always tried to do the opposite of what her parents said. Oh, you've never heard that one before. Dude, when she said she was gonna fucking write her own red truth and jumped out the building, that was the first thing I thought, was that she just off-screen ripped out the last pages and was like, fuck your truth. Nobody's learning this shit. And then she, of course, lets Bernkastel have the book back. Bernkastel's like, got the book, got the key, mission accomplished. Chick jumped off, alright, we're done. And then, like, maybe we have a reveal, and then maybe, like, they don't open the book anymore because they're like, oh, wait, fuck, the end's not there. It'd be an interesting twist, right? Or maybe not a twist, but, like, an interesting idea based on her own statement before she jumps off in the magical realm. But we'll see what happens. I'm just saying that before that happens, that is my first idea of what happened. Because it doesn't make that much sense to immediately read a story and kill yourself in grief over it. I mean, it might just be Bernkastel used magic on her to make her jump, but like, whatever. Or she actually just, in a panic, jumped off, but it seemed like she had a purpose. Alright. They held me tight to make sure I didn't head down the wrong path. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was there, and George Oni-chan, Jessica One-chan, Mario One-chan, my uncles and aunts, even Saktaro. That also might explain why we're randomly waking up in Mystery Land, in the Golden, the Golden Realm, or whatever it's called. We're waking up in the Golden Land because we basically restored and or saved the mystery by making it unsolvable. Of course, if they're still in danger and like Erika blows up the whole Golden Land, that theory goes kaput, but you know, it works. My aunts and uncles, even Saktaro's here. And there was the Witch Virgilia, Ronave, and... Where?
そなたは幸運だった。
You were fortunate. Define fortunate.
偶然にも虚無の海の波間を漂うそなたを見つけたのだ。
By chance, we found you drifting in the waves of the sea of emptiness.
ひどい姿であったぞ。
You were in a terrible
そなた
state.
自身がその姿を思い出すまでに。
It took quite some time to make you remember your true form. How did they even find her? They just saw a bunch of hamburger meat in there. I can see it now. Battler's like, wait, I recognize that hamburger meat. That's not any your ordinary ground beef. Pay attention. So this is
黄金鏡だ。
the Golden
ここ
Land.
でお父さんたちはみんな
Your whole
お
family's
前
been
が
waiting
帰っ
here
て
for you
く
to
るのを待
return.
ってたんだぞ。
絶対にあなたは帰ってくると
I knew you'd come home.
信じてたわ。
Did I come home because I was supposed to? I've gone back to how I'm supposed to be, and now...
いや、
No.
お前は帰ってきた
No,
んだ。
you did come home.
そうよ。
That's right.
あなたが私たちのところへ帰りたいと願ったから。
You made it back here
ここへ
because
帰って
you
こられ
wanted
た
to
の
come home to us.
お父さん、お母さん、私は
I...
今は何も言わなくていいわ。
You don't need to say anything.
大変な冒険をしてきたわね。
You've been on a great and terrible journey, haven't you? More terrible than you would believe.
あなたは一人ぼっちで
A
大変
journey
な
where
冒
you
険
were
をしてきたわ。
Also true.
これで分かっただろう。
You understand now, don't you?
も
You won't forget
う忘
again?
れないだろう。
I understand
ここ
that.
がお前の帰るべきところだってことだ。
This is the place you can always go home. I know. When I gave that answer, Dad and Mom hugged me again. Hot tears fell on my face. Personally, I'm questioning it. I mean, I would question whether or not it's real, but it doesn't really matter. It's very unclear what is real and what isn't in this 8th chapter. They were Mom and Dad's tears.
無事でとはとても言えない姿だったけれど。
I can tell by looking you're far from all right.
よかったわ。
But I'm so glad.
帰ってきて。
Glad you came home.
エヴァ、
Aunt
おば
Ava.
さん、私のことをいくらでも
Feel
憎
free
ん
to
で
hate
く
me
れ
as
て
much
いい
as
か
you
ら。
want.
だからお父さんとお母さんに100万回キスをしてあげ
Give
て。
your dad and mom a million kisses.
あなたのことをいつも思っているみんなにも
Give a kiss to everyone who
キス
cared
を
about you
し
so
てあ
much.
げて。
Alright.
おばさん、
Ava.
あなたのもう一人のお母さんにどうかただいまと言ってあげて。
And say I'm home to your other mother. Mom gave me a push from behind and I stumbled forwards towards my other mother?
エヴァ、
Ava, Mom?
お母さん、エンジェちゃん。あの日、私がそう呼べていれば、
If only I'd called you Mom on that day.
私は何も謝ることがなかったかも
I
しれ
might
ない。
never have messed up.
私たちは新しい世界を二人で踏
We
み
might
出
have
せ
been
た
able
か
to
も
create
し
a
れ
new
ない。
world together.
もういいのよ。エンジェちゃんは帰ってきてくれたわ。だからもう何も言わなくていいのよ。
You don't need to say anything else.
お母さん、
Mom?
お母さん。おかえり。エンジェちゃん、
NJ-chan.
あなたは私の可愛い娘よ。
My adorable daughter.
エヴァお母さん、
Mom. Mother Ava, oh boy.
あなたはいつまでも、そして
Always
最後
until
ま
the
で
end. You're my closest
私
friend.
の一番の味方だった。
Very nice. The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulder and sobbing. The truth wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truth is always in the past. The point of the future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether or not I can truly live and prosper in the truth that is the now. If I truly live and prosper, that's the truth. Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, I was nothing more than a ghost trapped in that past. Since that time, I haven't lived a single day. Now I truly understand. This is what the real truth is. The truth is the Golden Land. I live.
そしてどれほどみんなに愛されていたかを。
I remembered how much everyone loved me. Because I was young and selfish, I didn't even remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All the kind and gentle servants. It was always warm. And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never tried to remember any of that. Everyone got distorted by my irresponsible imagination, and I completely forgot the truth. Now I can remember clearly, and I understand. The Halloween quiz party certainly was an illusion. It never happened. However, didn't we do all kinds of fun things when the relatives gathered? Things that were no more or less fun than that party? Yep, that was the point, right? That was the point we expected Battler was trying to show her. It was not that they actually had the quiz, but the positive memories of her family. And the lessons he's trying to teach her. Alright. So we got that one right, although it wasn't particularly difficult or well hidden. There was a lot of Battler talking about what he's trying to give her. Just not saying exactly what. I feel like most people probably came to that one pretty quickly. That conclusion pretty quickly. And for the first time since the start of the game, I went up to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me even though I was so selfish. And I thanked and apologized to the illusions. I think I said something horrible to Saktaro once in the past, and to Maria One-chan too.
マリアお姉ちゃんは本当の魔女だったんだわ。
Maria One-chan, you really were a witch, weren't you?
マリアは最初から魔女だよ。
Always been a
エンジ
witch.
だって一度はその領域に近づけたのにね。
You approached that level once yourself, right? Didn't you?
ううん、
No, no.
本当の意味で分か
I
って
never
なんか
really
いなかった。
understood. You're merely an apprentice. You had a long way to go.
かわいそうなマリアお姉ちゃんのかわいそうな魔法。
Pitiful Maria One-chan with her pitiful magic.
そんな風にしか見ていな
That's
かった。
all I thought of it.
だから私には幸せのかけらが拾えない。見つけられない。
I couldn't pick up a fragment of happiness. I couldn't even find one.
かつてお姉ちゃんは私にそう言ったわ。
You told me that yourself once, One-chan.
仕方ないよ。
It can't be helped.
宇宙は
Maria's too gracious.
二人で作らないと。
It takes two to
生み
create
出
a
せない
universe.
マリアにはベアトがいたけれど、エンジェ
Hi,
は
Beato.
一人ぼっちだっ
But
た。
you were all alone.
いいえ、
No.
もしエヴァおばさんをお母さんと呼べていたら私は二人だったわ。
If I'd called Aunt Ava Mom, there would have been two of us.
きっとマリアお姉ちゃんと同じ魔法で私は
I'm
新しい
sure I would
世
have
界を生み出せたわ。
been able to create a new world with the same magic you used, Mario One-chan.
すべてわらわのせいだ。
It's all my
わら
fault.
わが面白半分に投じたボトルメッセージがそなたの未来に歪みを生み
The
そな
message
たを
bottles I
蝕んだ。
threw away half jokingly distorted your future and wore you
わ
down.
らわにもその責任がある。
Bear responsibility for that?
まったくね。
Seriously? Those are a mess.
あんたのボトルメッセージのせいだわ。
All because of your message bottles.
そのせいであんたの真似をした偽書を書く連中が現れてどんどん
Because of that,
おかしな話が膨らんでいった。
people started copying you, making forgeries, growing the story into something crazy. However, the message bottles thrown away by Beato did not name a specific person as the culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ushirimiya Eva as the culprit, and it spread like a wildfire. Even though I should have known better than anyone else that it was impossible, I accepted it in the end. Impossible? No. Plausible?
ベアトのせ
Probably.
いじゃないわ。
Not your fault, Beato.
周りの誰がどんな邪推を重ねようとも
No matter how many people around me had baseless suspicions,
私の中の真実はたった一つのはずだった。
there should have been only one truth inside me.
なのに安易に私はみんなの温かな思い出を手放し、
So easily I abandoned my warm memories of you all.
心を彼らに明け
I
渡してし
surrendered
ま
my
った。
heart to them.
いやいや、
Oh no, 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 no.
そもそもわらわがボトルメッセージなど投じなければ
If I hadn't thrown away
未
the
来の
message
六軒
bottles,
島はおかしな妄想の種にされることもなかったの
the
だ。
future of Rockenjima would never have become the center of such bizarre misconceptions.
すべてはわらわのせいだ。
I bear responsibility for it all. That's a possibility. A possibility,
So,
not a reality.
それもそうだわ。やっぱりあんたのせいだわ。
It really is your fault after all. Wow. Way to be subtle there. She's like, way to be kind, caring, and merciful. She's like, yes, it's 100% your fault now. She's not wrong, but
素直にそう言われると
that way it's a bit irritating. Yep.
わらわのせいだけでなく
You have your
や
share
は
of
り
blame
そ
as
なた
well.
も悪いのだ。
ええ、そうね。あんたも悪いし、私も悪いわ。
You were at fault and so was I.
でも、お互い罵り合うのも馬鹿らしい。
Still, it'd be stupid for us to attack each other.
だって、私は未来の魔女。
After all, I'm a witch of the future.
あなたは過去の魔女。
You're a witch of the past.
未来に生きる私は、 その魔法で未来を築くべきなのよ。
Using my magic to build my future.
私たちは共に何らかの責任を負うけれど、
We both bear responsibility in
そ
some
れを
way,
責める資格
but
は
neither of us
どちらにもないわ。
either has the right to blame the other.
エンジェなら
I knew?
マリア
What
ー
did
ジ
you
ュ
know,
ソル
Mari?
シエールの教えをきっと理解してくれると思ってたよ。
I would be able to understand Mariage Sorcier's teachings, Ange. We figured it out. It took 12 years, but we figured it out.
そうね。
We figured out the truth a 9-year-old knew. It only took us 12 years.
私はマリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の一人としてお姉ちゃんの魔法を伝える義務があるわ。
As the final member of Mariage Sorcier, it's my responsibility to pass on One-chan's magic. Oof, that
マ
didn't
リ
go
アの
very
魔
well.
法はみんなを幸せにする魔法なの。
My magic can make everyone happy. It can. That's true.
うん
Indeed.
清らかなる魔法も邪悪なる魔法も
You have
思
both
い
pure
のままよ
magic and wicked magic at your fingertips.
本当ね。魔法は心の持ち方で全く違う姿に変
Can
わる。
change completely depending on your
正しい
heart.
導きがなければ正しい魔法は使えない
If you
わ。
aren't guided properly, you can't use magic
そして
properly.
正しい魔法は人を幸福に導くわ。
And proper magic can bring people happiness.
素晴
Okay,
らしい
okay.
ことです。
It's a wonderful thing.
人を幸せにすることこそが魔
Bringing
女
people
が魔法を
happiness
振るう
is the
唯一
sole
の
reason
理由
witches
なの
wield
です。
magic. Well, that was proven to be false. Oh, yeah, that one was proven hardcore to be false. That was literally bait. Don't feed me bait like that. We know it's false. I'll take other stuff, but that's bait.
その教えをようや
I'm
く
very pleased to know.
我らが無限の魔女の系譜の最後の魔女に伝えることができて私は嬉しいですよ。
Those teachings have been passed down through the endless witches all the way to the final witch.
悪かったな。全然伝えてなくてよ。
Sorry for failing to pass it down myself at all.
未来の魔女
To the
エンジェ・
future.
ベアトリーチェ
Ange Beatrice.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは今こそあな
I'll
た
now
の除名を
retract
解く。
your expulsion from Mariage Sorcier. We get a re-invitation, yeah! Can we start as a witch, or do we gotta be an apprentice witch, Maria? Are we going back in at the ground floor, or coming back in at the top?
うりゅうエンジェはきっと帰ってきてくれるって信じてたよ。
Of course, Soktaro knew we would come back. He's always got faith in us. Soktaro believed in us.
おめでとうご
He knew we'd
ざい
come
ま
back.
す。エンジェ様。
Congratulations, Ange-sama. Oh, it's Mammon.
あ
Mammon.
なたたちと共に旅をした日に私は一度は理解をしたつ
I
もりでいた
thought I
の
knew
に。
what the time we spent traveling together meant, and yet
ごめ
I...
んね。
Sorry.
本当にごめんね。
So sorry.
魔女は二人でなければ宇宙を生み出せぬ。
Witches cannot create a universe unless
未
there are
来の
two.
そなたは一人だが本当に大丈夫か。
In the future, you will be alone. Will you really be okay?
ええ、大丈夫。
I'll be fine.
私はもう一人じゃないもの。
I'm not alone anymore.
私は
I'll
生きる
live
わ。みんなと一緒に。
with
そし
everyone.
て未来に生きる。
And I'll live in the
マ
future.
リアージュ・ソルシエールの魔法を伝えるために生き抜くことを誓うわ。
I swear to keep living so I can pass on the magic of Mariage Sorcier.
マリアお姉ちゃんの魔法は私でさえ救ってくれたもの。
Mario Nechan's magic has saved me too. Well, if it saved you, maybe it can save someone else.
魔
Not
法
a
を
bad
必
plan.
要としている人たちはもっと大勢いる。
There's a lot of people out there who need magic. See?
そ
Ange
れを
gets
正
it.
しく伝え、一人でも多くの人々を救うことが
As the final witch of Mariage Sorcier,
マリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の魔女の私の
my
使命なんだわ。
it's my duty to teach it the right way and save as many people as I can. Alright, I see. I see.
それは実現できそうか。
Will you truly be able to do so? I hope so.
もちろんよ。そのための力だってあるわ。
I have the power to do so.
私の先代様エヴァ・ベアトリーチェがたっぷりと築き上げてくれた黄金の魔法があるもの。
There's the golden magic that my predecessor Eva Beatrice spent so much time building.
私はそれを
I
全て
inherited
継
all
承
that,
している
right?
わ。ね。
All that golden magic. Golden magic.
私がもう少し健康で長生きできてたら全部使い切っちゃうつもりだったんだけどね。
Well, if only my health held out a little bit longer. I was planning on spending it all myself. Yes, laughter. As NJ laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded NJ with their kind, warm smiles. Fettler stood alone in the rose garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. After searching for some time, NJ found him.
お兄ちゃん、
Oni-chan? NJ, who was feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression. So she thought he was gonna hit her. I mean, that's possible. It's possible, it doesn't mean it's true. However, her brother touched her softly. He patted her head gently.
Nah.
NJ finally got the head pats she deserves. It's from Battler, but she got her head pats. Hey.
真実なんて大したもんじゃなかっただろ。
The truth wasn't anything important, was it?
うん。
No, it wasn't.
お兄ちゃんはこんなにも暖かな世界でずっと
Even though you were
私
here
の
waiting
帰
for
り
me to
を
come
待っ
home
ててくれたのに
in such a warm world.
私だけがずっと
Had my
背を
back turned.
向けていたから。
Simply how it is, Ange.
お前は真実を知ってしまっ
You
た。
learned the truth.
うん。
Yep, I learned the truth.
だから誰かが生きて帰ってくるかもしれないっていう奇跡や希望は
Any hope you had of someone
More
miraculously
siege.
surviving and coming back, it's all been crushed.
でもお前にはもう未来を生きるための新しい希望や使命があるな。
However, you now have a new mission, a hope for living in the future.
お兄ちゃんがその温かな希望を守ってくれてた。
Kept that precious hope safe for me. Well, we all gotta do our best, right?
それを私が自ら開いて逃がし
I
て
was
し
the
ま
one
っ
who opened the box. Let it get away. Sometimes important. The truth's still pretty important, I
た。パン
think.
ドラの箱より始末が悪いわ。
Turned out worse than Pandora's box.
私は知る必要のない真実も、そして希望までもすべて逃がしてしまって、すべてを空っぽにしてしまったのだか
A
ら。
truth I didn't need to know. Flew out of the box along with all my hopes, living in nothing inside but empty space. Yeah, worse than Pandora's box. That about sums it up.
いいさ。
That's okay.
開けちまったなら仕方ねえさ。
It's open now, that's that.
それで空っぽなら後腐れがなくていいじゃねえか。
If it's empty inside, at least it means it won't fester. I guess he's looking on the bright side. Think positive thoughts. At least it won't fester. Okay.
下手な希望はかえってトゲになることもあるしな。
After all, false hopes can sometimes bring you pain too. Yes, yes they can. Sometimes false hope's worse. Battler laughed heartily. Yeah, see? Then with the same smile on his face, he told her,
俺たちはもう死んでる。
We're already dead.
うん。
Yeah.
ひょっとしたら生きてるかもしれないって希望がお前の12年間を生きる糧にしてくれた。
You lived 12 years on the hope we might still be alive.
それはも
Not
うこれ
anymore.
でおしまいだ。
Not a chance of that. Sorry.
きれいさっぱり
That's over
全
and
部
done
出し
with.
た。
Bit unpleasant to think about, but I suppose he's correct. Yeah,
分かってる。
I know.
これからの私は新しい人生に踏み出すわ。
Starting now, I step forward into a new life.
ベアとは六軒島を猫箱に閉ざし、
Beato put Rockenjima in the cat box.
次の魔女のエヴァおばさんはその猫箱の蓋を生涯守った。
The next witch, Aunt Eva, guarded the lid of that cat box her whole
そ
life.
の次の魔女のお前はその蓋を開けちまったが、
And you, the witch after her, opened that lid, but
だ
so
から
what?
って何だってんだ。過去の真実なんてどうでもいいことじゃねえか。
Why does the truth of the past matter?
ええ、
Yeah,
私はこれから
from now on,
真に生きる。
I'll truly live.
そして自分だけの真実を。
I'll make my own
It's
personal
true.
truth prosper.
頑張れよ。
Good luck,
マリアージュ・ソルシエールの
final witch
最後の魔女。
of Mariage Sorcier.
マリアの魔導書を読んだぜ。
I've read Maria's
あ
grimoire.
れはとてもいいことを書いた素晴らしい本だ。
I mean, it's a great book with some really good stuff written in it.
聖書だって翻訳がいる。
Even the Bible needs a
な
translator.
らマリアの魔導書にだって翻訳
So
がいる
Maria's
だろう。
grimoire probably needs one too.
お前がそれを翻訳するんだ。
You'll be that translator.
そしてかつてのお前と同じ境遇の子供たちに伝えてやれ。
You gotta teach kids who are in the position you once were.
それがお前の
That's your mission
新しき未来の魔女の使命だ。
as the new witch of the future. Yeah,
俺はいない。
I'm gone.
でもお前の後ろにいつだっていて。
But I'll always be behind you, watching over you.
知ってるわ。
I know.
お兄ちゃんだけじゃないわ。
And it's not just you.
みんなも一緒よ。
Everyone else is.
俺もみんなも
All of us who love
ず
you.
っとずっ
for-
と永遠にお前を愛してる。それを忘れるな。
Don't forget that.
忘れないわ。
I won't forget.
絶対
Not ever.
永遠に。
For certain. I mean, she is not a witch of certainty, so, but she will do her best to make it certain. Make it so. Ange leapt into Battler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn but not unlearn. She had already learned. May have been a cruel, terrifying, and merciless thing capable of destroying even the miracle called hope. However, there was still one tiny fragment that left gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If she can just remember that and hold it tight, then surely Ange will live on. She'll be able to stop before taking that single step into nothingness.
それに六軒島の猫箱はまだ完全に開かれたわけじゃない。
Also, the Rockenjima cat box hasn't been opened completely.
お前が中身を覗いちまっただけの話だ。
You've just taken a peek at what's inside.
だからお前が自ら蓋となれ。
You must be the lid yourself. Become the lid.
そして今度はお前が猫箱の中のみんなを守るんだ。
You'll protect everyone inside the cat box. Again? Alright.
俺や親父やキリエさん、いとこのみんなや
Dad and Kiryu-san.
おじさんたち、
Your uncles.
おばさんたち、
The ants. Alright, good luck.
じいさまや使用人のみんな
Grandfather and the servants. All the illusions.
幻想の住人のみんなをな。
うん。
Yeah.
今度は私がみんなを守らなきゃ。
This time, I'll protect everyone.
ならそれは急いだ方がいいんじゃない？
And should you hurry up a bit? The sound of popcorn being eaten rang out from beyond a rose bush. Lambdadelta's still here. Of course, it's Lambdadelta.
あんたも知ってると思うけど、
I think you know this already.
ベルンはもうじき一なる真実の書をパーティーで大公開するわ。
Ern's about to hold a big party for the book of the single truth.
会場には天国から地獄から異界から別世界からあらゆる世界の面々が集まってる。
He's gathered beings from heaven and hell, from the spirit world and parallel
そ
world.
こで中身を公表されたらもう何もかも手遅れよ。
If she announces what's in that book in a place like that, it'll be too late, won't it?
私行くわ。
Going.
ベルンカステルにあの鍵を渡してしまった。
I gave Berncastel that key.
私の責任だわ。
It's my responsibility.
私が行って取り返してくる。
I'll go and take it back.
図書の都にか。
The city of books.
しかし入る方法がない。
But there's no way for us to get in.
あそこには結界があるんだ。
There's a barrier around that place.
あいつがこれをくれたの。
Oh, she gave me this.
これがあれば自由に出入りできるって。
With it, I can come and go as I
バカなや
please.
つね。
What an idiot.
私を捨てるとき回収を忘れたんだわ。
She forgot to collect it when she threw me away. NJ fished through her pocket and there was a jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it.
それよ。
Oh, that's it.
招待状と引き換えに渡される図書の都の臨時入館証。
One of those temporary entry passes you get when you turn in your invitation.
それがあればとりあえず一人は図書の都に乗り込めるわね。
As long as you have that, at least one of you will be able to get into the city of books.
まあかけらの海を誰かが送ってくれればの話だけど。
As long as someone takes you across the sea of fragments first.
ラムダデルタ、
Lambdadelta,
私を図書の都に連れてって。
take me to the city of books.
エンジェ。
それが私の責任の取り方だわ。
This is my way of taking responsibility.
私が
I'll see
一
to
な
it
る真実の書の公開を食い止める。
that the book of the single truth won't be made public.
本気で言ってんの？
Are you
あ
serious?
そこは化け物中の化け物の服までよ。
That place is a den of monsters among monsters.
ベルンの庇護を失ったあんたなんてハイ以下のハムシ扱い。
Well, you've lost Burn's protection. You'll be weaker than a fly.
ベチッと叩いて潰されておしまいよ。
Fish, the end. The bell was snatched from NJ's hands.
ラムダデルタ、
Lambdadelta,
そこには俺が行こ
I'll go.
う。お前は俺を送ってくれるだけでいい。
I just need you to get me there.
どうせ俺は猫箱の中にしか存在できない虚無の
After
存
all,
在だ。
I'm an empty creature unable to exist outside the cat box.
だがエンジは
Ange,
未来
on
に
the
生き
other
なくちゃならない。
She's gotta live into the future.
そしてお前だって未来ある存在だ。
And you're a person with a future too. I guess
だ
that's
から
true.
俺が行く。
So I'll go. Battler's going instead.
俺には
Alright.
何も
I have nothing to
失うもの
lose.
なんてないんだ
He's
から
already dead. That much is true.
いいえ、これは私の責任。そして私のけじめ。
It's my responsibility for my way of waking up for what I did.
私が自らの手でやらなきゃ未来は何も変わらない。
If I don't do it myself,
未
the
来の
future
猫
won't
箱を
change.
何も救えない。
I won't be able to save any future cat boxes. Ange tried to snatch the key from Battler's hands, but Battler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, but from the sidelines it looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. Lambdadelta watched this conversation and shrugged. This is where she's just like, you know, I could have taken both you idiots, alright? She took one of them to the City of Books, She wouldn't have to make any enemies, and there was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting. Which of these guys is a funnier person to bring to the City of Books? Nothing else. But then she finally noticed.
ストップ
Hold on.
あんたたちちょっとストップ
Hold
ストッ
on.
プ
Stop, stop. Hold on.
何よ後にしてよ
What's your problem? Save it later. Save for later. We're fighting over a bell here.
兄弟で大切な話をしてるんだ。
We're having an important sibling discussion here. Sure.
まずあんたたち
Okay, first
そ
off,
の組み合ってる手を解きなさい
let go of each other's hands.
鈴はバトラが持ってるのね
Battler's holding the bell, right?
バトラ跳ねてみて
Battler, jump.
跳ねる
Jump.
こうか。
Like this. Jingle, jingle.
次エンジ
You next, Ange.
跳ねてみて
Try jumping.
なんで
Why the
私ま
hell
で
should I? Jingle.
え
What?
どうして
Why? If Battler was holding the bell, where did that sound come from? NJ hurriedly searched through her pockets, and when she did, another blue ribboned bell came out of a different pocket than the first one.
それこれと同じ鈴だよな。
These are the same, aren't they?
そんな
No way.
どうして2つ
Why are there two?
私は1つしかもらわなかったわよ
I was only given one of them.
どうしてかなんか知らないわ
I don't know
でも
why.
とにかくあんたは図書の都に入れる鈴を2つ持っている
At any rate, you've got two bells that'll get you into the City of Books. Meanwhile, Burn Castell or Erica just laughing all the way to the bank with how much they're gonna troll the shit out of people. Alright. You're both going.
よってあんたたちの仲睦まじいやりとりをこれ以上見ている必要がなくなったわけ
And now, I don't have to sit here and watch the two of you play around with each other anymore. Way better. Way better. The pair of them gripped their bells and looked at each other.
最初から
From the very
今回
beginning,
のゲームはあんたたち2人のものだわ
the game has belonged to the two of you.
ただ対決するプレイヤーには若干の変更があったみたいね
Been a slight change in who the opponent
あ
is.
んたたち2人が競い合うゲームじゃない
It's not a competition between you two.
猫箱をめぐって蓋を閉ざそうとするバトラとエンジェとそれを開こうとするベルンとの戦いだわ
It's a fight between Battler and NJ who wanted to close the lid on the cat box.
エンジェはベルン側からバトラ側にチームを変更した
And Burn who wants it opened. NJ has moved from Burn's team to Battler's team.
それだけの話
That's all there is to it.
ラムダデルタ、
Lambdadelta.
俺たちを図書の都へ連れて行ってくれ。
Take us to the City of Books.
分かってるわよね
Hey,
連れてくだ
okay.
けよ
I'm just taking you there. Got it.
あとは今度こそ感激者に徹するからね
After that, I'm done being anything but a spectator. Okay.
あんたたちが図書の都で何をどう戦ってどうベルンにコテンパンにされるかをじっくりたっぷり間近で
I
感激
just
して
want to
る
have
だ
the
けだ
best
から
seat.
ね
See exactly how you fight, what you do, and how Burn makes mincemeat out of you all. Of course,
ラ
of
ムダ
course,
デル
Burn.
タ
Of course,
あり
Lambda.
がとう
Thanks, Lambda. Lambda in that awkward position where she's just blushing half the time because she's like, I don't want to help you. I'm just here to watch. Just here to watch you all burn. Get roasted by my beloved Burn Castell. Are the ships preparing to assault? Cannon and Shannon are just like watching. Shannon and Cannon stood guard in front of the door to the Golden Land. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie fleet of ships across the horizon. Why do we not have Why do we not have counter artillery or artillery of our own? Someone should have made that. Use the bomb that blows up Rakenjima to level the entire fleet, okay? Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Cannon raised his right hand and a red blade appeared there.
そこで止まってください。
Up there.
それ以上の接近を拒否します。
Forbid you to come any closer.
それ以上近寄れば
If you do, I'll kill you. Bruto Erica. They could see a single dinghy leaving the fleet and approaching them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shannon and Cannon watched it cautiously. Well, sink it. Pirate Captain Erica. At the head of the dinghy, rowed by the goats, stood Erica. Where the heck did she get that thing from? Maybe she's trying to act the part of the fleet's leader. Erica was glaring at them and smiling aggressively with what appeared to be a pirate hat on her head.
最後通帳に参りました。
I've come to deliver our terms.
交渉余地のあるものです。
There will be room for negotiation.
開門してください。
Please open the gate. Shannon and Cannon looked at each other. Erica was the one offering this deal. It wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. I don't think we've ever seen Erica make an agreeable agreement with Battler. Or if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. At Shannon's nod, Cannon erased his sword. Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour accompanied by occasional thunder. Erica, who realized that this weather spoke for their emotions, smiled even more boldly. At the center of the Golden Land was the arbor surrounded by the Golden Rose Garden. A large number of humans and illusions were there, arguing about something. Who knows what, I guess. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate by their anguished expressions. After all, in this life or death situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the direction Erica was being led, Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the Shiester Sister Corps. When Erica, accompanied by her goat guards, saw Beato, she gave a bow that only appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave a graceful bow of the sort that was rarely seen from her.
黄金鏡の主、無限と黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェである。
I am Beatrice, master of the Golden Land, and the Golden and the Endless Witch. Yes, Golden and Golden Land.
名乗られよ。
Announce thyself. As though implying she was more than happy to go through with this farce, Beato introduced herself boldly and requested Erica do the same. She's like, oh, who are you supposed to be? Nice.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都より派遣されてまいりました。
We have been dispatched from the great witch of theater-going, drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books. That's a mouthful. Damn. I'm so sorry you had to learn that.
私は図書に名誉と保護を与えし司書の艦隊司令官にして真実の魔女。
I am the Witch of Truth, commander of the library fleet which is committed to bestowing honor and protection to books. Okay.
フルドエリカと申します。
My name is Furudo Erica. Okay, Erica.
どうぞお見知りおきを。
It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Okay. We've met. Now
要
you can
件
leave.
を聞こうぜ。
Shall we get down to business? The defeat of the Huns is always top priority here. Of course.
お喜びください。
You ought to celebrate.
我ら図書に名誉と保護を与えし司書の艦隊はあなた方に名誉ある朗報をもって参上しました。
See if the library fleet, dedicated to offering honor and protection to books, have come to bring good news to you all. Oh.
一つ、
First,
図書の都は無限の魔女ベアトリーチェによって生み出されたゲーム版を名誉ある厳選されたる図書に認定されましたことを報告いたします。
First, we'd like to announce that after careful selection, the City of Books has acknowledged and accepted the game board created by the Endless Witch Beatrice as a great and honorable book. Well, that's an interesting announcement.
ほう。
Not quite what we were expecting at all, was it?
それは名誉なことである。
That's indeed a great honor. Where are you going with this?
このゲーム版は非常に興味深くかつ独創的で研究価値の高いものです。
The game board is a profoundly entertaining and original masterpiece worthy of close study.
すべての市民に公開される価値のあるものです。
It deserves to be released for all our subjects to read.
よって図書の都は我らにこのゲーム版に永遠の名誉と保護を与えることを命ぜられました。
The City of Books has ordered us to grant eternal honor and protection to this game board.
くど
That
い
sounds
し長
very
い。
nice. It's all quite long and
とっ
boring.
とと本題を言え。
Get to the point.
本ゲーム版のすべてを名誉ある図書の都に譲渡することを要求します。
We demand you hand the entirety of this game board over to the honorable City of Books.
これは本ゲーム版とその駒にとって最高の名誉と保護です。
Doing so will give this game board and its pieces the greatest honor and protection imaginable.
嫌だと言ったら
And if we refuse,
すべての市民に共有されるべき名誉文化を私的独占する罪で告発されます。
you will be prosecuted for the crime of monopolizing a great cultural artifact that ought to be shared amongst all our
我
subjects.
々はあなたに対しすべての市民の権利と利益を保護するため攻撃を開始することを通告します。
We are here to notify you of the impending assault, one which will be waged by us to protect the benefits that are the rightful property of all subjects, not yours alone. That's kind of complete nonsense, but okay.
その攻撃で市民の共有財産が破壊されるのは構わぬのか。
Are you not scared or concerned that the shared property of all subjects might be destroyed in this assault of yours? Doesn't seem like it. Does not seem like it.
名誉図書保護法の規定により名誉文化私的独占を犯す犯罪者がこれを盾に籠城を試みる場合
According to the Great Library Protective Regulations, when a criminal guilty of monopolization of a cultural artifact raises that objection, as you have now done,
執行官隊は大法院の許可を持って保護より逮捕を優先することが許されます。
the executive fleet may prioritize arrest over its protective duties so long as they obtain permission from the Great
も
Court.
ちろんすでに大法院の許可状はこちらにございます。
Of course, we've already obtained the Great Court's written authorization.
ついでにその逮捕は生死を問わぬと書いてありそうだな。
And I imagine the word arrest is followed closely by dead or alive, am I right?
おや、
My.
よくこんな小さい文字が読めますね。
Impressed you can read those tiny
では
letters.
茶番は以上です。
Now, enough fooling around.
ぶっちゃけ
Let's
ど
hear
うし
your
ます
answer.
そなたの要求を飲むと
And what do we
どのよ
have
うな
to
利
gain
点が
by
あるという
accepting your conditions?
お互い無駄な仕事をしなくて済みます。
Well, both those will be saved a troublesome
そして
task.
あなたの勇敢にして名誉ある行為は
Furthermore,
図書
your
の
brave
都
and
に
noble
て
acts will be
誉れ高く
recorded
終章に記されるでしょう。
as a glorious final chapter in the City of Books.
分かってますよね。
You understand, right?
あなたは絶対勝てません。
You have no chance of winning.
これは戦いでさえない。
It's not even a fight.
井戸の底で上を見上げるあなたに石をぶつけるだけの一
It's
方
just
的な
you
ものな
sitting
の
at
で
the
すから
bottom。of a well here while people throw stones at you.
わらわに選べるのは図書館の魔女たちがわらわの最後をいかに記すかだけというわけか。
Do you claim I have the power to choose nothing but how the library witches will record my final moments?
あとはあなた次第です。
Well, the rest depends
も
on
しあ
you.
なたがこのゲーム版を愛おしく思うなら、
If you treasure this game
幸福すべきです。
board, you ought to surrender.
駒たちは末永く大勢の市民に愛され、その役目を永遠に続けることができるでしょう。
The pieces will be treasured by our many loyal subjects for all time and be able to continue their roles on into eternity.
つまり
All
は
right.
好き放題に生み出した惨劇を永遠に繰り返すということか。
So in other words, the tragedies I created at will shall repeat forever.
あんたがしてきたことと何か違いが？
I don't know, how is that different from what you've been doing so far?
ないな。
It
以
isn't.
上か？
Is there anything
なら
else?
ば、わらわの答えを聞かせよ。
Allow me to give you my answer.
どうぞ。
Go right ahead. Erica tensed slightly. After all, this was the great lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here's my answer," dramatically and do something crazy. They say a cornered rat's most likely to bite a cat. Furthermore, Erica had intel telling her the great lady Lambdadelta, witch of the Senate, had been spending her time inside the Golden Land, although only as a theater goer. Erica needed to carry out this noble task her master had assigned her, and she had to carry it out perfectly. Otherwise, bad shit happens. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So even though this was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocation. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh.
素直に言う。
I'll be
わら
honest.
わはもう疲れ
I'm
た。
tired
それはどういう意味です？
by that.
わらわのゲームはバトラとの戦いを終えた時点ですでにその目的を終えている。
My game had already achieved its purpose when my fight with Battler ended.
なのにその後の都合で何度もゲームが繰り返されたのだ。
And yet, for various reasons, the game has repeated several times since then.
わらわは正直もう疲れている。
Honestly, I'm pretty tired of it.
正直、全く想像していないお返事でし
Honest,
た。
that wasn't the answer I was expecting at all.
では、降伏なさると？
So you want to surrender?
本気で？
Really?
ぶっちゃけるとどっ
But
ちで
simply
も
put,
よ
I
い。
don't really care either way.
幸福でもそなたらに討ち取られるのでもどっ
Doesn't
ち
really
でも
matter
よい。
whether I surrender or whether we're vanquished by you.
わらわは誰の手であっても構わぬからこのゲーム版とその物語が幕を下ろすことを望んでいる。
Simply want the the curtain closed on this game board and tale regardless of who does the deed. I can sympathize. Of course, that was a lie. She knew she couldn't win even if she fought. So for now, their best option is to play for time. They'd fix Erica's attention on this spot, and during that time, Battler and the others would steal the key from Burncastle while she was completely off her guard. Once they had the key, they'd return to the Golden Land, use that key to let Ange open the door to the future, and see her off. That was their goal line. Everything that happened after that would be inside the cat box. Ange would live on into the future with hope, and no one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. It was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this was to buy time.
降伏してくれるなら拍子抜けではありますが、私も手間が省けて助かります。
Well, if you do surrender, it may be a bit of an anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble.
ところがそのだな。
But it's not quite so
そうき
simple.
そのだな。ここだけの話なのだが。
See, and this is just between you and
そな
me.
たも存じておろうが、大ラムダデルタ教がご滞
As
在
you
さ
may
れている。
know, the great lady Lambdadelta is staying
今日
here.
は我らにドラマチックなクライマックスを提供せよ
She's
とだな。
pushing us to show her a dramatic
わがまま
climax.
を申され。
それはひどいわがままですね。
That's a pretty cruel whim to force on
10
someone.
万の兵力を要する我が艦隊にすでに解き終えたパズルみたいな絞りかすのあんたたちがほんの数十
There are a
人で
few wimpy people in what's basically an already solved puzzle supposed to fight against our
どう
fleet.
抵抗させようというの
With
です。
hundreds of thousands of troops?
そうなのだ、そうなのだ。
Right, right? It's a fairy tree.
戦力差は圧倒的。
Gap in strength is overwhelming.
戦いにさえならぬと我らは言ってお
We
るの
told
だ
her
が
it wouldn't even be a
な。
fight, but
その
well,
ラムダデルタ教が彼女の友人たちを集めて共闘するから徹底抗戦せよと言って
Lady Lambdadelta just didn't listen. She said she'd bring some of her friends to support us, so we should fight with everything we had.
ラムダデルタ教のご友
Lambdadelta's
人
friends. Unlike Burn Castell, who kept to herself, Lambdadelta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were either territory lords of great influence who came from all over the place, or monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes. In all seriousness, her so-called fan club had enough size and influence it could have suddenly declared itself a separate country in the Sea of Fragments without anyone being overly surprised. How big is her fan club?
困ったことにラムダデルタ教はやる気満々でな。
It's a bit of a problem for us, with Lady Lambdadelta all ready for
さ
action.
っきから勝手に各地に電話を繰り返し友人知人を呼びつけておるのだ。
Any regard for us, she keeps calling up friends and acquaintances on the phone from all over the place, telling them to come on over. Of course, this is all a lie. Lambdadelta turned into a small candy comet and was now shooting towards the city of books with Battler and Ange in tow. So to make sure Lambdadelta and Battler's absences weren't noted, everyone was crowded around the arbor pretending to argue furiously with each other.
バトラ様、ご決断を。
Battler, give us
我
your
ら
decision.
煉獄の七姉妹、いつでも死ぬ覚悟はできております。
We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, are prepared for death at any time.
玉砕には反対だ
Firmly opposed taking a last stand that would lead to our death.
死んで咲く果実などありはせんよ
What could possibly be gained by dying?
あなたは腰抜けです。
Could you be
生
such
き
a
て旅衆の恥ずかしめを受けるなど考えられません。
It's inconceivable we live on in shame as prisoners.
生きてこそチャンスを待てることもあります。
There's times when the mere fact of being alive gives one opportunity.
そうですとも。短期は損期とも申します。
A short temper makes a bad leader.
マトラ男ならバシッと決めろい
Battler, if you call yourself a man, now's the time to act
大
like
ラ
one.
ムダデルタ様が力を貸してくれるってんだろ
Great Lambdadelta's even willing to help out, right?
同感や。
I agree.
男には決断の時があるんやで。
These are times when a tough man has to make a tough decision.
決断は選んだ内容よりも選んだ時を
降伏すれば乱暴はしないかも。
In many cases, the timing of a decision is more valuable than the decision itself. If we surrender, they might not be so violent.
そんなことあるわけないわよ。
You can't be serious.
あんた、それでもオスライオン？
Aren't you supposed to be a male lion? No, he's a veg lion or
牙は
whatever.
どこに行ったのよ。
Where are your fangs now?
どうせ死ぬなら豚としてでなく狼として死にたい。
Well, if death awaits us regardless, I'd rather die as a wolf than as a pig. I suppose that's a fair argument, Belphegor?
あんたバカ。
Are you stupid?
そういうのを犬死にって言うのよ。
Are you saying you want to die like a dog?
ラムダデルタさんの呼び寄せる援軍の力次第
It
で
all
すな
depends. The strength of the support Lambdadelta-san can provide.
ラムダデルタさん、
Lambdadelta.
本当にあなたのお友達はあいつらに勝てるだけの力があるの？
賭けね。
It's a
降
bet.
伏して死ぬか賭けに出て敗れて死ぬか。
We either surrender and die, or we lose a bet and die.
あら、なら賭けに出た方が生き残れる可能性は高いってことになる
In
わ。
that case, our chances of survival might be higher if we take that bet.
大本院は名誉ある降伏には慈悲を与えるでしょう。
An honorable surrender will certainly cause the great court to show mercy.
バカ元老院だろ
Backed by the Senate, aren't they?
どうせなんだかんだ言って全員断頭台に決まったら
Ah, sure. They'll hem and haw, but we'll all see the guillotine in the end.
とにかく皆さん冷静に
Anyway, let's calm down. Leon may actually not be role-playing.
頭を冷やしましょう。
Pull your head.
私はことを荒立てることには反対です。
I'm opposed to letting our emotions control us. Okay, Saber.
君こそ冷静になるべきじゃない
Why
か
don't
い
you calm down first?
相互確証破壊という戦略もある
We have another possible strategy, mutually assert
仮
assured
に勝てな
destruction.
いにせよこちらもただで済ます気はないという戦略は相手への抑止になるよ
We might not be able to win, but if we can convince them we plan on taking enough of them with us, that might force our opponents to show restraint.
つまりよ、そっ
Basically.
ちがやる気ならこっちもただじゃ死なねえぜってことだぜ。
If they're determined to attack, we'll let them know we aren't going to go down without doing some damage first. Aren't they throwing literally nothing but fodder at us though? Like they haven't actually thrown anything of value at us?
ラムダデルタの友達はみんなすごいよ。
Her friends, all of Lady Lambdadelta's friends are
み
incredible.
んなすごい伝説と武勇伝を持つすっごい魔女や怪物、悪魔や神様がいっぱいなんだから。
Beasts, demons, gods, all of which have really huge legends and
あん
histories.
なお船が星と同じ数を並べていたって一息で吹き飛ばしてしまうよ。
Even if the ships outnumber the stars in the sky, Lambdadelta's friends would wipe them out in a single blast.
大丈夫でしょうか。
Will this really work?
私たちの演技蹴取られないでしょうか。
She hasn't seen through her act yet, has she?
問題ない。
It's
お
working.
前ももっと語気を強めて喋るんだ。
Speak more forcefully.
無礼講に行け。
Do not worry about politeness.
腰抜けどもめ。
Enough, gutless
最後
swine.
に一花咲かせてやろうという気概はないのか。
Do you lack the backbone to finish with a bang?
ちょっとお待ちください。戦いを望まぬ者がいることもお忘れなく。
Don't forget that some of us are opposed to
私
fighting.
は降参が良いかと思います。
I think we should surrender.
何？こうだ！この敗北主義じゃんめ！
Go to you, loser-loving fool.
痛い親方様、演技出すので、あいた。
Master, it's just an act.
さあ議論も盛り上がってきたね。
Well, it looks like the debate's gotten quite heated.
私たちは降伏かし
Will we
ら
surrender?
当選かしら
Will we fight
ど
them?
うなのかし
Which will it be?
らそれは誰にもわからない。
Nobody knows.
個人的にはわらわは降伏を望んでいる。
Personally speaking, I'd like to
ど
surrender.
うせ役目を終えるのならせめて自分が生み出したこのゲーム版はそのままに保存されることを望
If
む。
my role were to end either way, I'd prefer that my game board be preserved the way I made it.
もうこれ以上わらわのゲーム版をラムダデルタ教に好き放題されるのはごめんなので
I
な。
couldn't bear to have Lady Lambdadelta continue using it however she pleases.
こちらこそごめんです。
We don't want that
あ
either.
んたとは戦いに来ましたが、ラムダデルタ教のご友人は私の相手の度を超えます。
I came here to fight you, but I'm no match for Lady Lambdadelta's friends. Secretly, Erica was getting worried by these complicated developments. Like, oh, it's not straightforward enough for me. And yes, she's relieved she hadn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to flatter Beato and end this with a bloodless takeover. Even the great Lady Lambdadelta probably wouldn't seriously think of picking a fight with the Senate. Her motive was probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game board's final fireworks from her front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks of her own prepared, it was at least possible this could turn into a ruckus that Erica would have no chance of quelling. Beato saw all this going on in Erica's mind, so she continued to act with an even more pathetic expression on her face. Even amongst the witches, her acting ability was top-notch.
そなたもどうか力を貸してはくれぬか。
Might you be willing to lend to some of your
わら
friends?
わのゲーム版が美しい姿のまま保存されるように。
My game board's beauty might be preserved.
やはりあの賑やかな御人を客人として招いたのは
It's a
失
great
敗
error
だ
to invite that busybody as a guest.
ほ
Busybody as a
ほ
guest.
わかりました。
I understand.
私もことを荒立てずに済むならそうしたいです。
I'd like to end this quietly too if I can.
で、私はどのような協力をすれば？
So how can we work together?
わらわたちはさっきから
Her face
降伏か
flickered there.
降戦か議論を続けている。
For some time we've been arguing over whether we should surrender or resist.
わらはもうそれに戻り降伏を主張し、ラムダデルタ教にこのゲーム版を壊してしまうような大騒ぎはやめてほしいと頼むつも
I
りだ。
intend to return to them and propose we surrender and ask Lady Lambdadelta not to do anything that might destroy the game board.
それは助かります。
That would please me very much.
で、どうしろと？
What should I do?
わらわたちに議論の時間を保証してほしい。
Do we have the necessary time? I'd like you to guarantee we have the necessary time to debate the matter.
何しろそなたらの船がぐるりと取り囲み威圧
After all,
してい
your
るの
ships
だからな。
are surrounding and pressuring us at the
い
moment.
つ攻撃されるかもわからぬと 緊張感に耐えかねて
Everyone's so tense at the thought we might be attacked at any time. They're falling apart.
そなたが我らに議論の時間を保証してくれれば一同も冷静になれる時間を取り戻せるだろう。
If you guarantee we'll have enough time to discuss this amongst ourselves, everyone will surely be able to keep their composure during that time.
我らもラムダデルタ教を説得できる十分な時間を得られる。
I will have enough time to convince Lady Lambdadelta.
いいでしょう。時間は
Very
いかほ
well.
ど必要です。
Well, that's working out well. But how long do you need?
できれば気前よく無制限とはいかぬか。
Should you be gracious and avoid giving a specific
期
time?
限があれば結局は残り時間が少なくなるとまたみんな破れかぶれになり
If a time
過
limit
激な意
imposed,
見に統一
everyone
さ
will
れて
fall
しまう。
apart as the taboo nears, possibly leading to a more radical decision.
そりゃそうですね。
You do have a
導
point
火
there.
線で大事なのは火がついているかいないかです。
The most important thing about a fuse is whether it's lit
そ
or
の
not.
議論の前に
The
導火
length
線
of
の
the fuse
長
is
さ
a
な
trivial
ど
matter.
どうでもいいこと
ではしばし時間をも
In
らえ
that
るか。
case, will we have the time we need?
わかりました。
Understood.
議論の時間を保証します。
I guarantee you'll have time to discuss
た
it.
だし無期限ではありませ
But
ん。
that time won't be unlimited.
私はここで皆さんの議論を聞きながら待たせてもらいます。
I'll wait here and listen in on your discussion.
それがそのだな。そなたの姿が見え
Well,
て
as
いて
far
は
as that goes, it's
や
true
は
your
りみん
mere
な
presence
緊
here
張して
has
しまって。
everyone on edge.
私はすでに譲歩をしました。
I've made my
今度
concessions.
はあなたが私に譲歩を
Isn't it
す
your
る番
turn
では
now?
ありませんか？
They were some distance from the arbor, but it was just close enough to give a general idea of what was going on. It was far enough they might be able to hide the fact that Battler and Lambdadelta were missing. Just far enough for them to convincingly act like this was a white-hot argument in a gridlock. If it were possible, they'd rather have kept Erica at an even greater distance. They planned to set up a seat of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of the garden maze.
何か問題でも？
Is there a problem?
わかったわかった。
Okay, okay.
そう怖い顔をするでない。
Don't make such a scary
なら
face.
ここでしばらく待つがよい。
In that case, please wait here.
秘密会議であるからな。
This is a confidential
そな
conference.
たはだな。こ
Gotta,
の線よりこちらに来てはならぬぞ。
Come no closer than this line. Beto drew a line in the ground with her foot.
わらわの顔も立てよ。
Up to see me in a good
そな
light.
たがこれだけ寛大な配慮をしてくれたことは、わらわにとって何よりの武器となるのだ。
It's clear I've obtained a generous agreement from you that'll be a powerful weapon in my hands in the debate.
椅子もらえます？
Can I get a chair?
わかったわかった。
Of course, of course.
シエスタ隊よ。すぐにエリカ殿にお椅子と傘を。
Chester troops, bring Lady Erica a chair and
手ぬ
umbrella.
ぐいもな。
And a
わら
handheld.
わが自ら拭いてピカピカにしてから差し上げよう
I'll
ぞ。
wipe it nice and clean for you.
お嬢様、
My lady,
守備はいかがでございましたか？
なはははは。今年の主演女優賞はわらわで決まりだぞ。
if anything's certain, it's that I'll be winning this year's prize for Best Actress.
さすがベアトリーチェ様。
That's our Beatrice様.
僕たちにできることは激論を交わし紛糾し
So all we can do is argue fiercely, squabble
こと
amongst
がこ
ourselves,
じれれば面倒なことになると演出することだけだ。
and make it look like things will turn for the worst if negotiations break down.
これもまたバトラたちを援護する戦いである。
It's yet another fight to support Battler's group.
みんな気を引き締めよ。
Get ready, everyone.
本気で激論し罵倒せよ。
Let's argue and insult with all we
よい
have.
な。
Got it?
はい、親方様。
Yes, master. The sight of Goda, cheek red and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort, but they quickly covered their mouths and put their fingers to their lips. Then everyone nodded at each other and fake arguments resumed. Erica was sitting in the chair the Siester sisters had brought her, filling a goat in on the details of their discussions. The goats would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. The fleet would tell Berncastel, and Berncastel might think of some plan to deal with this situation or give new orders. The conversation with the goat ended, and it spun around. It would return to the dinghy and report this to the fleet. It slipped out from a rose bush and passed through the garden maze, heading towards the door that led outside. Is it really okay to let the goat reach the boats? If it goes back, Eriko's report will reach Bernkastel's ears. The Shiester sisters spoke through a secret channel only they could use.
2秒に
2 seconds?
音も許さないに
Won't even be a sound.
もうじきエリカの認識半径を抜けます
About to leave Erika's sphere of
船
influence.
頭のヤギの認識半径に到達するまでの推定10秒間暗殺は実
Estimated
行
10
可能
seconds
です
before it reaches the goat's boatman sphere. The assassination can be carried out successfully. Okay.
ベアトリーチェ卿
Lady Beatrice.
暗殺許可を
Permission to assassinate, if you please.
やれます。エリカに気取らせません。
We can do it. Erika will sense nothing.
許可しない。
You do not have
分
permission.
子が制限時間を切らずに船を出ると思うか。
You think an envoy would leave their ship without setting a
連
timeline?
絡がなくば決められた時間の後に攻撃を開始せよと
The
命
fleet
じら
probably
れ
has
ている
orders to
はず。
attack if it's not contacted within a certain period of
その
time.
ヤギを見逃せ。
Let the goat go.
WO 了解。
00, understood. The goat passed through the door, and after receiving a silent bow from Shannon and Cannon, it got on the dinghy and returned to the fleet. The fleet would probably follow Erika's orders and stand by until an attack order is given. That gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erika, but of course that wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Bernkastel's greatest underling, a witch who controlled truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be overconfident.
あんたたちも座ったらどうです？
Why don't you all have a seat too?
我らのことはお構いなくであります。
You have no need to. No worries. You need to have no worries about us. Without any hint, she'd just been talking about assassinations. 00 stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. Surrender or resist till the end, the false argument resumed. Just how far and how long would they be able to trick Erika? Yeah, the final fight for the Golden Land had already begun. How well can these people battle or can these people argue amongst each other? Well, I'll have you know they already practice that every year for the entire weekend of the October 4th to 6th. That's all they do, argue, right? They make no progress.
ここは我らに任せよ。
Count on us to handle things
そ
here.
なたはエンジェと
It's time for you and
最
Ange
後のゲー
to
ムを
take
取り
back
返
this
すのだ。
final game. Black screen. Alright. That means scene change. And here we go. This is one freakishly huge library.
この一冊一冊に私たちのような物語が記されてるんですって。
I've heard each of these books has a tale like ours inside it.
ここは神様の世界だな。
After all, this is a world of gods.
あんたたち風情が立ち入っていい場所じゃないってことが一目でわかるでしょ。
Tell at a glance, it's no place for scum like you to be in, right? After passing through the barrier, the three of them had finally made it inside the city of books. For some time, they were overcome by the countless otherworldly sights before them, but they quickly remembered their original objective.
いい？
Are you listening?
まず勘違いしないでほしいの。
First off, don't get the wrong
あ
idea.
んたたちはベルンと戦いに来たわ。
You two came to fight Burn.
でもそれはベルンと直接戦って倒すとか、そういう意味じゃないんだからね。
Walking up to her and attacking her directly, got it?
わかってる。
We know.
そもそも
In the first place,
大ベアドリーチェと互角にあんたが戦えたのはゲーム版の上で互角なルールに守られて戦っていたからよ。
in the first place, you were only able to fight the Great Beatrice on an even footing because the game board protected you with rules that made it that
ゲ
way.
ーム版を出れば
If you leave the game board,
あんたなんかバチンって叩かれて手のひらのシミになる程度の存在
you're
なん
more
だ
like
から
something
ね。
that'll leave a small stain on her palm when she swats you.
それを忘れるんじゃないわよ。
Don't forget that, got it?
そうよね。
Makes
こ
sense.
こはもう私たちの知るゲーム版
This
じ
isn't
ゃ
the
ない。
game board we're familiar with.
俺たちは戦いに来たんじゃない。
And we didn't come here to fight.
取り戻しに来ただけだ。
We came here to take something back with us.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
内なる真実の書の公開を妨げること。
You're here to prevent the book of the single truth from being exposed to the public.
それだけが目的であんたたちの戦いなんだからね。
That's your only goal. Your only
そ
fight.
こを勘違いしちゃダメよ。
You better not be confused about that. Battler and Ange nodded to show their understanding.
一なる真実の書はパーティーのど真ん中に堂々と飾られてるから奪い返すのは不可能よ。
The book of the single truth itself is being displayed openly in the middle of the party, so stealing it will be impossible.
でも式次第によると鍵が入場してくることになってる。
However, bringing in the key is going to be a big part of the
という
ceremony.
ことは鍵は別の場所に保
Means
管
the
されてい
key
るわ
will
け
be
か。
stored in a different place.
そこが無防備という保証はないけどね。
There's no guarantee it'll be undefended. It might even be on the person of someone like Berncastel
あとはあんたたちの運次第
or
よ。
Featherine. After that, it's all up to your luck.
せいぜい幸運を祈るのね。
I hope it's good for your sakes.
隠れて。
Fine. Lambdadelta pulled her head back from around a corner of a bookshelf. The others hurriedly followed suit. In the distance, they saw emerald green lights floating about and leaving trails.
あれはベルンの使い魔の猫よ。
Those are Burn's cat
今
familiars.
日はあちこちを巡回して見張っているわ。
It's got them patrolling all over the place today.
私たちが来ることも読まれてる。
Did she guess we would come?
違うわ。
No.
ここは広大だからね。
Don't forget how huge this place
迷
is.
子になるアンポンタンな来客を迷子センターにお連れするためのスタッフ猫よ。
Those are staff cats. Look out looking for idiot guests who've gotten lost so they can be taken to the lost children area.
俺たちが行きたいのは迷
And
子セン
that's
ターじゃ
not
ねえ
where
か
we
ら
want to
な。
go at the moment. Good night, my friend.
見つかりそうになったらやる？
If it looks like one's about to find us, should we take them out?
よした方がいいわ。
I'd advise against it.
よその領地やゲーム版ならともかく。
Maybe if this were some other territory or game
こ
board.
こはベルンのホームグラウンドよ。
This is Burn's home base.
あの猫一匹で猛獣の群れに囲まれたくらいの危機感は持つことね。
That single cat should make you as scared as being surrounded by a crowd of vicious beasts.
しかも猫よ。
Plus the cats.
勘も鋭いし仲間も呼ぶわ。
Got good senses. They'll call for their friends.
蹴取られたらその時は覚悟しなさい。
If they spot you, you'd better be prepared for what happens next.
私も助けないからね。
I'm not gonna save you.
あんたたちをここへ連れ込んだだけでかなり
Just getting you here has been troublesome enough.
私が降参すれば
If I
裸
surrender,
にひんむかれて最悪のゲロカスかけらめぐり100年くらいで許してもらえるかも。
I might just get off the hook with being stripped naked and thrown in the worst of sort of crappy fragment for just a century.
素敵だわ。
How wonderful.
私にもベルンの気持ちがちょっとは理解できるようになるかも
I
ね。
think I can sympathize with Burn's feelings a bit now. Lambdadelta wasn't laughing. Most likely, even this punishment she spoke of was pretty optimistic. Even though she keeps saying she won't help anymore, she's already risking
決
everything.
まってんでしょ。
Well, isn't it obvious? Lambdadelta brushed her hair back and grinned.
あんたたちが最高のハッピーエンドを見せてくれるからでしょうが。
Because you're gonna show me the perfect happy ending. Lambdadelta hugged their heads at the same time, making their foreheads bonk
見
together.
せなさいよ。絶対。
Better show me for certain. Lambdadelta's fucking hyped. Everyone else is like, are you serious? And she's like, let's do this. I need to see some good shit. Yeah.
見せてやるぜ。
We'll show you a happy ending.
絶対に取り返す。
Certainly take this cat box back
行くわよ。
Let's go.
こっちよ。静かに
This way.
泳いで。
and swim quietly. The three of them swam out into the darkness of the deep ocean trench that was the city of books. In that massive, vast trench of bookshelves, they vanished into the darkness almost immediately. The library defied the common sense of the human world. The city of books, the word city was no exaggeration. It was filled with green, glowing eyes, those of Berncastel's countless cat familiars. Trying to count them would be as crazy as counting all the fish in the ocean. They formed schools that swam all over the place, on the lookout for any fools who might miraculously have managed to slip in and disturb their master's party. Teeth everywhere. If Balor's group was found, the cats would report it instantly. They'd probably form a pack, open their large mouths, and swallow them in a single gulp. There'd be no fight. In this place, Battler's party would be swallowed like tiny fish if they were discovered. The warships surrounding the Golden Land were well more than 100 strong. Each of them had dozens of cannons pointed at the door to the Golden Land. The goats that packed the decks of the ships numbered in the tens of thousands. Each carried enough anti-magic toxin in their fangs to completely deny one of the game board pieces. This time they'd chew apart and eat away everything. The crowd of goats unleashed their rotten breath and dangling drool. More than all the fish in the world, Chapter 7 stated at least a quadrillion cats. At that time, Erica, who wanted to avoid trouble and hoped Beato would be able to convince Lambdadelta to surrender peacefully, was sitting alone, calmly enjoying the tea Ronove had poured for her. Of course, even Erica wasn't planning on giving them unlimited time. In her mind, she already decided to allow them 3 yawns before stepping in.
意外に悪くないものですね。
Actually not so bad.
あのベアトが敗北主義者と罵られながらみんなを説得してるのを眺めるの
Getting to watch Beato try and convince everyone as they call her a coward and a loser.
あの短気だったお嬢様がよくぞここまで大人になられたものです。
Indeed, it's impressive our short-tempered mistress has managed to become such an adult.
何がおかしいの
So funny.
いいえ、失礼いたしました。次の紅茶はいかがです？
Are you ready for another?
古今東西、あらゆる名茶をどうかごゆっくりお楽しみくださいませ。
Feel free to enjoy our collection of great teas from across the globe at your leisure.
ラムダがベアト側について徹底抗戦
She smashed a teacup. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Lambda is leading Beato's side into an all-out resistance.
仲間を集めてる
She's gathering friends. Is this a joke? The messenger cat shook its head and continued to dispassionately meow its report.
ラムダだってそこまでバカじゃない
Even Lambda isn't that stupid.
アウアウを敵に回すような真似をすればどういうことになるか
She should know what it means to have Awa as their enemy. Even as she said this, Berncastel was chewing away at her thumbnail.
あの子ああ見えて妙な友人が多いのよ
Despite how she looks, that kid has a lot of strange
それも
friends.
とびきりの化け物で物好きな連
And
中
worst
で
of all,
ね
they're all idly curious, crazy
そ
monsters.
れでも元老院に立てつく
And
側
so,
につ
to
くの
take up arms against the Senate? It was possible. She could think of many monsters among Lambdadelta's friends who would love to see a losing side gain support and make a comeback victory. Before she realized it, the finger Berncastel was biting was covered with sweat.
やりかねないわ
She could do it.
あの子たまに本当にバカ
She
だから
really is a moron sometimes after all.
電話よ早く
Get me a phone quickly. The cat leapt away and flew back with a phone and receiver.
あの子の友人たちに電話するわ
I'm calling up her friends.
バカなゲームに関わらないようにって警告しなくちゃ
I have to warn them not to get involved in this stupid game.
電話
Phone
番号
numbers. Phone numbers. Phone numbers.
なんで私って番号登録してないの
I
よ
don't have any phone numbers saved in here. Berncastel has no friends.
ええそうよ、ね、
Oh, she. All right, I have no
友
friends.
達ゼロだもんね
She just says it herself.
電話のお作法って最初はもしもしでよかったんだったかしら
How are you supposed to greet people over the phone? Does hello work? Meow doesn't work. Cat's just like, With lots of new backgrounds, the Golden Key was being kept in a room inside the City of Books. However, perhaps room wasn't a fitting word to use. It was large enough you could probably fit 2 domed baseball stadiums in it if you tried. Even so, in this city, these were called rooms. Floating in the center of this vast room were several sacred magic circles. Wrapped around by these magic circles was Ange's golden key. Surrounding these were countless emerald green stars which looked like a slowly revolving planetarium. The eyes that numbered the same as the stars were all glaring in the same direction.
やあね怖い目をして
Come on, don't look at me like that.
私は味方でしょ忘れた
Did you forget? One of the cats cat paddled towards Ava, meowing that no one's allowed to enter this room.
ベルンカステル卿よりこの鍵の警護を仰せつかったわ
Lady Berncastel's ordered me to guard the key.
だからここは私に任せてあんたたちはどっかに行っちゃってちょうだいな
Why don't you leave this to me and get lost? After looking at each other with suspicious eyes, the cats glared at Ava again, as though saying they hadn't heard any such order.
ところで
By the way,
猫って体柔らかいのよね
cats have pretty soft bodies, don't they?
じゃあ 噛めるわよね。
Makes them much easier to chew. Ava lifted up her golden staff, and the floor and ceiling of the vast room were covered with red lines. The reaction from the cats was lightning fast. They realized instantly this was hostile behavior. The entire emerald green constellation writhed and became a single massive deep-sea fish, which charged at Ava with its cavernous mouth open wide. However, at the same time, the red lines on the floor and ceiling, the massive spider web pinched itself together and crushed the fish, twisting it, spinning it around and compressing it into the size of a small ball. And now you have an angry bouncy ball. And then that ball-shaped thing burst open, leaving nothing left. It all happened in an instant.
へそでも噛んで
Well, you give up
死んじゃえば
The witch hunters were holding a convention in the event hall. After all, when the Ashirmi Ava's diary was opened, the endless cat box would be lost along with the countless imagined stories that had been entertaining them for so long. So this final convention was a time for them to air their best theories one last time. While the opening of the cat box did give them a slightly lonely feeling, they couldn't contain their excitement as intellectual rapists. Not when they knew that the Rockinjuma mystery was finally going to be solved once and for all. What song is it playing? No clue. We can crank that up a little bit. Whatever this is. I think it was that one. Alright. If that box were opened, a single girl would be hurt. However, their jaws and fangs couldn't care less. The witch-hunting goat nobles kept licking their lips, wanting to chew apart the guts of Beatrice's cat box as soon as they could. Seated on a solemn throne so tall it looked like a pillar, Featherine listened in on the nonsense being spewed from the mouths of the goat nobles. A cat wearing a cape silently appeared and whispered something into Featherine's ear.
いいや、よい。
No, that's fine.
すべて私の筋書き通りに進んでいる。
Everything's going according to my plan.
巫女の耳には入れずともよい。
You need not inform my Miko. The cat bowed humbly and vanished. Featherine raised her wine glass high and laughed as she looked through it to the light of the chandelier, which was as beautiful and majestic as the moon. I mean, I assume she gave her the second bell then?
これで素晴らしき朗読への恩には十分であろう。人の子よ。
This ought to be enough to thank you for your excellent reading, child of man. Well, no.
物語を紡いでいるのは誰なのか。
Just who is weaving this tale?
私がそなたに。
Am I for
それ
you?
とも
Or
そ
are
な
you
たが私に
for me?
か。
これをどう思う？
What do you think?
罠か。
A trap? As Battler's group moved forward, darting from bookshelf to bookshelf, avoiding the eyes of the cats, they found something strange. Written with a faintly glowing red substance was a letter and an arrow. K. That's what it looked like to them.
K は鍵を意味してると
You
思う
think
か。
K means key?
私たちが近づいたらこの文字が浮かび上がった。
The marks only appeared when we got
こ
close.
れは私たちに向けてのメッセージよ。
It's a message aimed at us.
ここに私たち以外で味方をしてくれる誰かがいるってこと？
Is there anyone besides us here who'd be willing to help?
いるのか。
I didn't
俺たちに味
I
方
didn't
なん
think
て
we had any allies. Ange traced the red arrow with her finger. It was written with very faint, thin strings that had been tied together. This red stuff, which stuck to your finger and tore away like cotton candy, had to be.
味方よ。
There is someone on our side.
私の一番の味方よ。
Someone who's always been on my side.
どうして保証できんのよ？
How can you be so sure?
いや、 俺に
I
も
get
分
it
か
now
った
too.
ラムダ
Lambda?
これを書いたやつは信用できる
We can trust the person who wrote this.
多分安全に鍵のありかへたどり着けるよ
She'll probably guide us to the
誘
key
導して
safely.
くれているんだ
いいのね。
Are you sure?
じゃあ行きましょう。
Let's go.
あまりもたもたしていられない。
We have time to be standing around. Alright.
ありがとう。
Satoko, Ange, and Battler sneaking in. Thanks, Mom. Thanks. Anyway, all the goats clearly got some brilliant ideas, seeing as how entertained Featherine is. I'm betting at least 5 of them have Goda Triche theories, as you suggested. In the arbor, the argument over whether they should surrender or fight continued without signs of stopping. Every now and then a small fight would break out, which fortunately ended up delaying Erika's third yawn. However, they didn't know how long they'd have to continue this fake fight. Keeping this high level of tension going was physically stressful. The instant they tired out and the tensions faded, Erika would probably demand a verdict. They had to constantly appear to be trapped and agitated. This was a battle of weariness and tension. This is their fight. Erika waited patiently, and now that she'd tired of tea, she's watching Runabe perform some magic tricks, and seemed to be enjoying herself considerably. And even Runabe, usually aloof from the world, was fighting. If Erika got bored and had a tantrum, an all-out attack would probably begin at once. He's also putting his life on the line in the fight to buy time for Battler's group. As the fiercest leader in the argument, Beato wore out the quickest. She'd breathed heavily and her face was so pale it seemed she might faint at any moment.
ベアト、しっかり。
Beato, hang in
そ
there.
のテンションを続けてたら体力が続かないわ。
Your body won't hang out much longer at this rate. Hold out much longer, come on.
急に泣き出したふりをしてしばらく休んで。
Pretend to suddenly burst into tears and rest for a
その
while.
間を私たちがつなぐわ。
We'll pick up the slack.
まだ
I'm still fine.
大丈夫であるとも。やるぞ。もう一度
One more
大き
push.
く騒ごうではないか。行くぞ。
Let's go.
さあ誰から行く？一番槍の欲しいものは。
Who's up next? Who wants to be beaten down first?
ではゴーダ参ります。
In that case, I, Goda, am prepared.
ここは戦うべきです。
We must fight.
戦わずして敗北を受け入れることなど言語道断です。
It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting.
私は最初からここは戦い抜くべきだと申し上げております。
As I've said from the beginning, wait, what? Fighting with all we have is the only option?
ちょっと待ってください。
Hold a second. Oh no, he screwed up. Erika suddenly rose from her chair. Runabe tried to coax her back to her seat, but Erika's attention was completely focused on those arguing under the arbor.
私は探偵です。
I am the detective.
聞いたことは録音するかのように記憶できま
My
す。
memory of what I hear is as good as a recording.
それは無論知っ
We
て
are
いる
aware
とも
of。that, of course. Looks at Goda. Mr. Small Bombs? Doing it again?
そなたは優秀な探偵でもある
You
から
are
な。
quite an excellent detective after all.
あんたに興味ありません。
I'm not interested in you.
ゴーダさん、
Goda-san,
私の質問に答えてくださ
I
い。
have one question for you.
はい。私めが何かご無礼をいたしましたでしょうか。
Have I done something to cause offense?
ちょっとお待ちください。
Hold on.
戦いを望まぬ者がいることもお忘れなく。
Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting.
私は降参が良いかと思います。
I think we should surrender.
私がここに訪れて一番最初に聞いたあ
Those
な
were
た
the
の
first words I
発言
heard
です
from you when I arrived here.
ですが今あなたはこうおっしゃいま
However, you
した。
just said this.
ここは戦うべきです。
We must fight.
戦わずして敗北を受け入れることな
It
ど
would be outrageous to
言
accept
語道断で
defeat
す。
without fighting.
私は最初からここは戦い抜くべきだと申し上げております。
As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option.
そう言いました。
That's what you said?
いや、そんなことも申し上げたでしょう
Did I
か。
say that? Don't question her.
議論の中で意見が変わることも
It's hardly strange for an opinion to change the course of the discussion. Ooh, Genji, that is a true statement. But you know what the problem is? And for people to exaggerate. It's not unreasonable for people to change their opinion in this argument. And it's very heated, so it's not unreasonable for people to exaggerate, to say, like, oh, I've always been saying this. Now that their opinions change. The problem is, Goda and Genji, he changed it in the wrong direction. If he had said, If he'd changed from fighting to surrendering, she'd see, oh, Beatrice is making progress, but it's slow. However, it's the wrong way, so it looks like she's not making progress, which means she's probably going to leave in a second. Or she's going to figure it out. It's not great, dude.
そうですとも。
Indeed. Too late.
他の皆さんも先ほどからどちらがいいか迷っておりまして、時に意見を変えられることも。
Been feeling doubts about our position lately, so the occasional change of opinion wouldn't be.
いいえ、
No.
あなたたちの議論は一貫して誰も意見を変えていません。
From beginning to end, no one's changed their opinion in this
たった
argument.
今、唐突にゴーダさんだけがその主張を逆転させました。
Just now, Goda-san alone flipped his position 180
し
degrees.
かも、ゴーダさんに対する他の人間からの発言を振り返っても、彼が主張を逆転させるに足るも
I
のが
can't
あった
imagine
と
any of
は
the statements
思い
made by the
ま
rest
せ
of
ん。
you were sufficient to make Goda switch his position. An uncomfortable moist wind blew by. Everyone was silent, frozen as though time had stopped. In that silence, Erica continued with a blank expression.
以上から導き出される推理は
This can lead us to
2つ
two
です。
conclusions.
一つは、
First,
ゴーダさんにもともと意見はなく、その場の雰囲気で適当なことを言ういい加減な人間であること。
it may be that Goda-san has no opinion and is just a loser who will say anything that goes with the flow. That's probably true.
もう一つは、ゴーダさんに限らず、そもそも誰も意見などなく、
Second, it may be that none of
議
you
論そのものが
has an opinion
あ
and
な
its
たたち
entire
の目
argument
的であるという
exists
ものです。
solely for its own sake.
それは考えすぎではないか？
Aren't you overthinking this a bit?
わらわたちは必死に今後の運命を議論している。
Here we are in a desperate debate that will decide our fate.
時に普段は考えられぬ心変わりがあってもおかしくはない。
I hardly think it's strange some people would act abnormally under such pressure. I think the appropriate response for him to be like, oh my god, did I say that? I meant the fucking opposite. That would have been the right response from Goda. Be like, shit, no, I don't mean that. Shit, no. He would have been to keep his original opinion of not fucking fighting because he doesn't want to die and be like, but his phrasing was pretty bad, so it's really hard to retract that.
意味もなく議論を延長することに意味があるとすれば、時間を稼ぐこと。
The only reason for prolonging a meaningless argument is to buy
あ
time.
なたたちは時間を稼ぐと何が有利になるのです？
Do you have anything to gain by buying time?
ラムダデルタ教の援軍がやってくるからですか？
Is it because Lady Lambdadelta's reinforcements will
そ
come?
れも違います。
That can't be true either.
なぜなら、あなたたちは先ほど
After all,
か
for some
ら
time now.
時折、ラムダデルタ教やバトラに話しかけているのですが、それに対する返事が一度
For
たり
some
とも
time now,
私
I've
の
heard all
耳
of
に
you
聞こえ
speak
ま
to
せん。
Lady Lambdadelta and Battler occasionally, but not once have I heard them
以
reply.
上すべてから考えて導き出される推理は一つです。
Taking this into account, we are left with one conclusion. That Lady Lambdadelta and Battler are not here now. And that these people have won Lady Lambdadelta's assistance with Lady Lambdadelta and Battler probably planning to sneak into the City of Books. In which case their goal is probably to steal back the Golden Key on Ange, and your plan was to act as bait and buy time until their mission was complete.
ただゴーダさんがセリフを言い間違え
But
る
because
だ
of
けで
Goda-san's single poorly
ク
chosen
ルドエ
line,
リカにはこの程度の推理が可能です。
this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto
いかが
Erica.
です？
What do you
皆
think?
様方。
Everyone. With a blank yet ruthless expression, Erica spoke those words and returned to her seat. Everyone else was frozen, unable to move. No one spoke. However, time was moving. As evidence, a bead of sweat dripped down someone's cheek and hit the table with a tiny yet audible splat. The frozen time shattered. In the same instant, the white chair Erica had been sitting in broke apart. The stakes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the high-velocity ransom of the sisters hit the chair at exactly the same time. And a few moments after that, Erica sitting in the chair faded and vanished. After image. She's fast. Kill her. In an instant, Erica had moved to a spot behind the chair. Her expression remained as blank as it had been before. However, there was now something in her hand that hadn't been there. As the 7 lightning strikes of the 7 sisters raced at her at once, she batted all of them away with her scythe. Well, Beatrice is a witch. And the best duelist ever, so let's see
と
it.
んだ茶番でした。
That was a hell of a
でも
farce.
紅茶は美味しかったですよ。
Tea was good.
ごち
Thanks
そ
for
う
the
さま
meal.
です。
In theory, Beatrice should be able to 1v1 Erica, or is Beatrice actually a shitty witch? Because you got Beatrice and Virgilia.
では、皆さんの意見は最初から統一されているようです。
Now it seems you've all been in agreement since the start.
改めまして、お返事を
Allow me to
お伺いしま
ask
しょ
your
う。
answer once again. Erica lifted her hand, the one that wasn't holding the scythe.
よかろうぞ。
Very
わ
well.
らわが答えよう。
Allow me to
こ
answer.
こはわらわの。我らの黄金鏡。
This golden lamp belongs to me, to all of
土
us.
足で踏み入るならば、相応の歓迎をしようぞ。
If you try to enter with your shoes on, we'll give you a proper welcome.
つまりだ。上品に
To
一
put it
言で
elegantly.
言うとな。
全訪問、砲撃準備、
All cannons prepare to fire.
目標、黄金鏡。
Target the golden land.
味噌汁で顔洗って出直してきやがれ。
Wash your face in miso soup.
打ちやれ。
Get him dead. How is she communicating with anyone outside the world? I guess she is.
そうありがとうそれじゃ
See you around. Yeah. Berncastel set down the receiver and crossed out yet another name on a list of Lambdadelta's notable friends. Something was wrong. Not a single person she'd called had heard anything from Lambdadelta. They weren't just playing dumb. They really knew nothing about the strange ruckus Lambdadelta was trying to stir up. Even Berncastel was starting to suspect something was fishy. But Berncastel, you're a cat. Surely you love fish. Your first thought should be fish. Is there something fish related here? Then a black cat leapt in and meowed a frantic report.
黄金鏡にラムダとバトラがいない。
Lambda and Battler aren't in the Golden Land? She tore the phone receiver from its stand. The number she dialed was short. It was probably an internal line. However, after listening to it ring several times, she slammed the receiver down again, finally managing to break the phone.
手の空いている猫をすべて集めなさい。大至急。
Gather all the cats who aren't busy. It's an emergency.
鍵の警護にやった猫たちが誰も応答しない。
The cats I had guarding the key aren't responding.
ラムダー。
Couldn't finish her name. Lambda. Berncastel, overwhelmed with emotion, kicked the table over. Then the room finally grew bright. It was like green sunlight. A bright green light waved about, giving the illusion that a green sun was rising and lighting the room up. It was a sign Berncastel's army had been given an emergency summons.
さあおいで、子猫たち。
Come, my
魔
king.
女狩りの時間よ。
It's time for
あ
a
の
witch
子は
hunt.
キャンディーの匂いがするからね。すぐに見つけられるわ。
That kid always smells like candy, so you'll find her pretty fast.
最初に見つけた猫には人の姿と魔女の称号をあげるわ。
The first cat to find her gets a human form and a witch's title. What was now an emerald green nebula let out a roar of delight that shook the bookshelf cliff.
何かが追ってくるわ。
Something's chasing us.
なんだ
What's that?
緑
A green sun?
隠れて。バレたのよ。
They know. The three of them frantically hid behind a bookshelf. The room with the key in it was straight ahead. They could see something glinting faintly in the darkness of that room. It was a glint different from anything else they'd seen so far in this city. Well, I guess you screwed up if you were too slow. The color of the glint was gold. They had almost reached the golden key. However, if they went towards it, Berncastel would be right behind them along with her vast swarm of familiars. In other words, they were trapped in a dead end. They already knew the emerald green color came from the eyes of the familiars. However, it was almost beyond comprehension this undulating green sun could be the same thing, and they could do nothing but stare in wide-eyed shock. The countless cats were passing through the ravine of bookshelves from top to bottom. As they approached, they painstakingly checked the gaps between each book. However, even this mind-numbingly huge task was accomplished swiftly thanks to the sheer number of familiars. With the speed of a gust of wind, they carefully checked every nook and cranny. There was no way to hide from this green sun. It would have been foolish just trying to hide from water on a sinking ship.
やり過ごせるの？
Will we be able to hide until they pass us?
無理だ
No.
あれじゃ
At this rate,
どこ
we'll
に
be found
隠
no
れて
matter
も
where we
見
go.
つかれ
Battler was just about to leap out from the shadows, but Lambdadelta grabbed him by the collar an instant before.
戦う気？
Are you thinking of fighting?
違うこ ここに留まっても
We'll
見
be
つか
found
る
if
だ
we
け
just stand here.
だ。なら前へ進むしかない。
We gotta move forward.
一刻も早く鍵にたどり着くんだ。
We need to reach the key as soon as possible.
鍵を守る猫がいないわけないでしょ。
I think there won't be cats guarding the key.
私たちは挟み撃ちにされたのよ。
Should be pinched between them.
私はエヴァおばさんを信じる。
I believe in Aunt Ava.
おばさんが私たちをここまで導い
She's
て
the
く
one who
れた。
guided us
きっ
this
とおば
far.
さんは
I'm
見
sure
張
she
りの
took care of
猫
the
たち
guard
もやっ
cats
つ
too.
けてくれているはずよ。
俺も同感だ。
I agree.
ここにいて見つかるくらいなら一刻も早くあそこにたどり着いて
If we're gonna be found anyway, let's try and get there as fast as possible and grab the
鍵
key.
さえ取り返せればもう誰もあの本を開くことはできない。
If we can do that, no one will be able to open the book.
あそこにたどり着いて鍵を手に
You
入れ
rush
て、
in there, grab the key.
それで
And then
あそこ袋小路よ。
the place is the dead end.
逃げ
Right?
場ないのよ。わかってる？
You know there's nowhere to run, don't you?
それは
We
分
know
かっ
that,
てる
but
けど。
can you destroy the key? It's a regular key. Melt it. The key will be our
ベ
trump
ルン
card.
カステルにだって
It's vitally important to burn Castell
いつか
too.
バチから
If
鍵を
worst
カ
comes
ー
to
ド
worst, we can use the key
何
as
か
a
の
bargaining
交渉が
chip.
できるかもしれない。
あのベルに交渉？
Bargain with bird.
あんた正気じゃないわ。
だが
But if we
こ
hide
こに
here,
隠
we'll
れてて
definitely
も
be
絶対に見
found.
つかる。なら
In that case,
100億の中の一つの確率だとしても
I'll take a bet on a
俺は
billion to
それ
one
に
chance.
鍵を手に入れそれを切り札に奴となんとか立ち
We'll
回
get
る
the
んだ。
key and have that be our trump card.
奇跡の魔女を相手にあんたは奇跡を祈るわけ？
You're praying for a miracle to win against a witch of miracles?
天文学的数字の中に
Picking a winner out of astronomically bad
そ
odds.
れが後ろ宮家の魔法ってやつだぜ。
That's the Ashiromiya family magic. I guess we all have miracle powers. Anyway,
私目がいいから教えてあげる。
I got good eyesight. Let me
あ
enlighten
の
you.
黄金の鍵を取り囲んでる魔法陣。
Can you see those magic circles around the golden
あ
key?
れは簡単だけど、なかなか堅牢な
It's
結
a
界
simple
よ。
but a strong barrier.
触れば壊せる簡単な結
It'll
界だ
break
け
if you
ど、で
just
も
touch
ね
it.、
どんな大魔女でも人間風情でも解くのにかっきり1時間をかけるというたちの悪い封印なのよ。
It's the sort of annoying seal. It takes exactly 1 hour to fade, whether a great witch or a lowly human does.
式典の進行上、まだ1時間前にはな
Still
って
over
な
an
い。
hour before the ceremony begins.
つまり、私たちは1時間稼がなきゃ鍵に触れることさえできないの
We
よ。
won't be able to touch the key until we can buy time for a whole hour.
エヴァおばさんはきっと見張りの猫たちをやっつけた時、
When Aunt Ava took up the guard cats, she must have broken the circle too.
1時間はかからないは
It
ず。
won't take an hour.
見る限り、まだ魔法陣は健在ね。
As far as I can see, it's still
残
intact.
念ながら、エヴァがそうしてくれたとしても、それは1時間以内の話みたいよ。
Sorry to say it, but even if Ava touched it, it was less than an hour ago.
1時間なんてちょろいもんだぜ。
Well, what's an hour?
少なくともそれだけ粘れば手に入るという
At
明
least we
白
know
な
we
ゴ
can
ールが
grab
あ
it.
る。
If we manage to stick around that long,
そうね、いいじゃない。1時間の鬼ごっこ。
let's play tag for an hour.
私、こわもてに追いかけ回されるのには慣
I'm
れ
used
て
to
る
getting chased around by thugs.
あんたたち、札付きのパー揃いね。
You're out of your mind.
ベルンとあの数の猫を相手に本気
You
で
plan
鬼
to
ごっ
play
こをさせ
tag
てもらえる
against
の？
Fern and all her cats?
確率が 1% でもあるなら
If there's a 1% chance,
俺たちが絶対にそ
you
れ
can
を
be
掴
certain
み
we'll
取って
grab
や
it.
る。
The difference in enthusiasm between the siblings who had everything to lose and Lambdadelta was immense. However, Lambda's no coward. She's a great witch of the Senate. If she surrendered, she wouldn't be able to escape severe punishment, but she'd be forgiven after a few hundred years. Why would she, after being thrown into a stormy sea while clutching a buoy that could save only her, decide to throw it away? No living person could be determined as siblings who are already fighting for their lives. No one could blame Lambda.
ああ、もう本当にバカだわ、あんたたちは。
You two really are stupid, you know
仕
that?
方ないわね。
Oh, well.
1% よりもうちょっと確率が高くなる作戦を教えてあげるわ。
Why don't I tell you about a plan that's got more than a 1% chance of
ズバ
succeeding?
リ、なんだと思う？
How about that? The two siblings looked at each other, but they thought any plan would be worth listening to if it only raised their chances by a 10,000th of a percent.
生贄よ。
A
ベルン
sacrifice.
は猫だから逃げる獲物は追うけれど逃げない獲物は殺す。
Burns a cat. She'll chase fleeing prey, but she'll also kill prey that doesn't
それ
flee.
もネチネチといたぶってね。
And only after toying with it first.
最悪ね。
Cats are terrible people.
しかし
Still,
それ
if
が
that's true,
本
it's
当
worth
な
betting on.
かける価値
生贄を一人
Let's have one sacrifice.
じゃんけんで選びましょう。
We'll decide with rock, paper, scissors.
負けた子はベルンをたっぷり挑発して笑わせて殺されて1分1秒でも時間を稼ぐ。
Whoever loses has to taunt, burn, get laughed at, and killed. Buy as much time as possible.
それでいいわね。
That work for you?
じゃんけんはいらない。
No need for rock, paper,
俺が
scissors.
やる。
I'm
エン
gone.
ジェとラムダは
You
鍵の
two
部
go
屋
onto
に
the key room.
ダメよお兄ちゃん。
Wait, Oni-chan.
私がやるわ。
I'll do.
元はといえばこれ
It's my
は私の
responsibility.
責任。ベルンカステルの言葉に耳を貸し
I was the one who listened to Burn Castell and trusted it.
私のだからあいつに一言くらい言ってやりたいのよ。
I got a thing or two to say to her. Both Battler and Ange decided to be the sacrifice and wouldn't listen to each other.
じゃんけんじゃないと決まらないでしょ。
You need rock, paper, scissors to decide, right?
さっさと決めないとこの作
If
戦
you
も
don't
使え
act
なくな
quickly,
る
we
わ
won't
よ。
even have a chance to do this.
もうじき連中がやってくるわ。
They'll be here any moment. Alright.
俺かエンジェが
Either Ange or I go.
ラムダデルタは残った方を連れて
Lambdadelta.
鍵を奪ったら黄金鏡に連れ帰って
Take whoever's left, steal the key, and take them back to the Golden Land.
譲らないわよ。
I won't
お
let you
兄
do
ちゃ
that.
ん。
Oni-chan.
ふざけやがって
Quit
たま
joking.
には兄らしいことをさせやがれ
You gotta let me act like a big brother at least once in a while.
時間ないわよ。
No
じゃん
time.
けん一発勝負。
Rock, paper, scissors, single round.
私超パーだからそれにちなんで最初はパーからね。
I'm super paper. Of course, we'll start with that.
いい二人と
Got
も
you。too.
いいわ。
Fine.
エンジェ
No regrets,
せ
okay?
ーの最初はパー。
3, 2, 1, paper! It really was a stupid kid game of rock, paper, scissors. Since they promised to start with paper, this is a chance to make a surprise attack and use something else. However, both Battler and NJ chose rock, and yet it wasn't a tie. Because in addition to those two rocks, there's one person who chose scissors. Also, after staring stupidly at their fists and those scissors, they looked at her.
あちゃ
Oh,
ー
damn.
最初はパーだからチョキ出して一人勝ちしてやろうって思ったのに
You're supposed to start with paper. I figured I'd use scissors and beat you both.
やっぱりパーはパー出してなきゃダメね。
I guess paper should have stuck with paper. There'd been no reason for Lambdadelta to join in on the game. This wasn't the time for a joke like that. Battler and Ange, each trying to lose, chose rock. Lambda alone chose scissors. Don't tell me you intentionally.
お前に死なれたら俺たちは黄金鏡に帰れないだろうが
If you die, we can't get back to the Golden
こんなの
Land.
無効だ
It doesn't count.
これで大丈夫でしょ。
Well, then I guess you just use this. When Lambda made a clenched fist, a palely glowing fragment appeared there and she gave it to the pair of them. Battler had seen one of these before. It was a magic fragment, like the one Erica had used before disappearing, which allowed one to cross the sea of fragments.
それがあれば二人とも黄金鏡に帰れるわ。
And with that, you'll be able to return to the Golden
そ
Land.
れにこれが一番の人選なの
Anyway,
よ。
I'm the best person for the
あん
job.
たたちじゃベルン相手に数秒と持たないだろうし。
You two probably wouldn't last a handful of seconds against Burn.
私なら1時間どころかひょっとしたら勝っちゃうか
If
もね
it's。me, not only will an hour be no problem, who knows, I might even win.
あの子には借りがあるし
I owe her
今
one.
度は私の勝ちってことにしてイーブンにしないと。
I've got to make this my victory and even the
アウ
score.
ェイは辛いわね。
Still, away games are such a pain. Lambdadelta pretended to complain as she stood up straight.
じゃあ
Anyway, see you
行
in
っ
a
て
bit.
くるわ。私目立ちたがり屋だからやっぱ感激者は無理だったわ。
I guess a show-off like me couldn't stick to being a spectator after
ご
all.
めんね出番を奪
Sorry
っ
for
ちゃっ
stealing your
て。
time to shine.
あんたたちのゲーム最後まで感激できないのは残念だ
Sad.
け
I
ど
won't be able to watch your game until the
もう
end.
筋書きは教えてもらえたから見る必要もないわ。
Already been shown the script. I'm not missing anything. Lambda,
ラムダ
with her broadest smile and a wink.
あんたたちのハッピーエン
This is your
ドもう
happy
先が
ending.
読めちゃったから見なくても分かっちゃうわ。
I already figured out what happens next. There's no need to
じゃあ
watch.
ねまた会いましょう
See you
ね。
again.
あんたたちのハッピーエンドのクレジットロールでね。
In the credit roll of your happy ending, that is.
待って
Wait. Lambdadelta snapped her fingers and the two of them turned into Conpeto candies. She picked them up, took aim at the glint of the golden key, and flicked them away. That way they should be able to reach the key without Burn Castell noticing. Dang, what terrible luck. What were the odds of them both playing a rock against my scissors? I know. It wasn't nice of me to test you like that. Sorry, you two. And then Lambdadelta's body was lit up by an emerald green light. When she turned around, the cat's eyes and Lambda's met. Lambda grinned and waved. There was a fierce roar and several bright flashes.
何事
What the? A chain of explosions flashed by one after another, enveloping Berncastel and her pack of familiars in an instant. They were multicolored fireworks, or rather multicolored candy that burst with a flash and scattered everywhere. Countless stick candies, sugar sculptures, cookies, and tarts flew in every direction, and each one of them split and exploded into hundreds of candies, each of which exploded again into a cloud of conpeto. However, these sweets weren't sweet. Conpeto was heavier than lead, harder than steel, and sharper than any blade. As the colorful cloud exploded outwards, it blasted the entire pack of cats into little bits. The emerald green glints were scattered everywhere and sparkled like the night sky, and among them danced a cloud of pretty candies that looked like they'd do well on a Christmas tree. It was sufficiently outrageous and beautiful and cute to mark the Great Witch Lady Lambdadelta's appearance on the scene. Oh, if it isn't Lambda. I was hoping to meet you in the party hall.
愛してるわベル
Love you, Bird.
愛をささやくなら二人きりの方が素敵でしょ
It isn't whispering of our love. Isn't the whispering of our love all the better for alone?
それはあんたの両手両足をもいだ後にゆっ
I'll
くり
be
と
happy
聞
to
か
hear
せ
it
てちょうだい
after I've plucked off all your limbs. With a jerk of her chin, Byrne ordered her familiars to attack.
私の愛しい愛しいたった一人の友人よ
My dearly beloved and only friend in the
両
world.
腕の肘から先両足の膝より先
Arms from the elbow down, legs from the
自
knee
由
down.
に食いちぎって構わないわ
Chew those up however you
そ
please,
れ以外には傷一つ許さないわよ
but not a scratch anywhere else on her. A new mouth. The crowd of cats undulated again, reformed into a single mass, and became the emerald green leviathan that would swallow any poor victim who snuck into the city of books. It was shaped like an impossibly vast whale. However, would it look like a whale from Lambda's perspective? You probably couldn't see anything except an immense mouth about to swallow up everything.
素敵
Oh, simply wonderful.
私をベルンの愛で飲み込んでくれるのね
Oh, to be overwhelmed by Byrne's love, aren't I?
愛してるわラム
I do love you,
ダあ
Lambda.
んたの手足をもいだらお尻から鉄串で貫いて私のベッドに飾ってあげる
Once your limbs are gone, I'll skewer you through your butt and hang you by my bed.
そして毎朝目覚めのキスをそして毎夜お休みのキスをしてあげるわ
Every morning I'll give you a good morning kiss, and every evening I'll kiss you goodnight.
本当に素敵
Sounds great.
じゃあ私もあなたを愛で包んであげ
And
る
I'd better wrap you in my love too. However, Lambdadelta's war cry was swallowed by the glowing, writhing leviathan in a single bite.
ああ素敵よラム
You're wonderful, Lambda.
あんたのその向こう水で命知らずでほんのりパーなところが大好きだわ
I love that empty-headed way you do things without looking ahead and worrying about your own life.
風
Wind. At the same instant, Lambdadelta was swallowed, and Berncastel was sure of victory. The latter felt a slight breeze playing with her hair. The countless sweets Lambdadelta had sent flying like fireworks, which drifted like the decorations at a Christmas party, were flowing? No. Converging on a single point. It was like watching a fireworks run backwards. Countless sweets rapidly contracted around the vast closed mouth of the Leviathan. A gigantic reverse explosion concentrated on a point inside it, or perhaps more like countless candies showering the Leviathan from all sides like bullets, and inside that mass of green was a black swirl. The swirl was on the palm of Lambdadelta, who wore a defiant smile. It was a mass of supergravity. All the sweets, the cats, the whale, and everything else were being sucked into that one point and crunched. Seems like a good strat. A black hole.
抱きしめてあげるからいらっしゃいベルン
I'll hold you tight. Get over here, Bird.
私を吸い込む
Trying
気
to suck me in. All the candies Lambdadelta had scattered were getting sucked back into the black hole on her palm at unbelievable speeds. The reverse explosion of the oncoming candy whittled away the Leviathan, crushing it inwards.
ほら抱きしめてあげるからおいでなさいよ
With all her strength, Berncastel held her ground in midair, trying to resist the supergravity, and for the first time, all trace of condescension had left her face. Even Lambda's cocky expression was marred by the sweat trailing from her forehead. Because their power was so overwhelming, any victory would have to be instantaneous. If either relaxed in the slightest, they'd match each other's strengths and get dragged into another dizzyingly long fight that could last for centuries. Neither had any desire to go through that again, so neither showed the slightest mercy for their most beloved friend. By now, the Leviathan had been completely crushed and compressed inside the black hole. Bernkastel was the only one still holding her ground. However, a windstorm of candy asteroids like the asteroid belt repeatedly slammed into Bernkastel, wearing away at her girl's form, bit by bit. Her girl's form? So is she getting a new form? Wait, really? The thing flying to Bernkastel's range of vision was a comet pelting straight for her with a massive present box at its core and a cloud of candy surrounding it. The weird twist where Lambda wins would be funny. I think you get that one. I think we get that one. The candy comet wiped out Bernkastel along with her scream. It burst into little bits, and in the blink of an eye, it was sucked back into a hole of supergravity. Once it was all gathered into one place like a gem, it began spinning rapidly. It was flattened by the centrifugal force, turning into something whose shape resembled a galaxy, and after swallowing all the cats and their master, it looked like a wiggling, flickering emerald green galaxy that floated just above Lambdadelta's palm. The pocket of supergravity kept compressing it further and further, until at the end it became a single green shining completo. Then it fell down into her outstretched palm.
ごめんね、ベル。
Sorry, Burn.
あなたといつまでも遊んでいたいから、いつもは必死のふりしてほどほどで遊んでるけど。
You should probably like crush that Conpeto in case she has some other shit or has an after image. Like Erica. Sorry, Burn, I wanted to play with you always, so I always took it easy and pretended to be in a pinch. Lambdadelta held the Conpeto above her hand and peered at it.
私、本当はどうしようもなく強いのよ。
But the truth is, I'm just impossibly
ご
strong.
めんね。
Sorry. Then she pressed the Conpeto to her pink lips, gave it a light kiss, and bit down.
ベルの味がし
This
ない。
doesn't taste like Burn. Lambdadelta licked her fingertips, then turned to face the empty air behind her.
知ってたわ。
I already knew.
愛しいラムダ。
My beloved Lambda.
ああ、愛してるわ、ベル。
Love you, Burn.
嘘よ。
Liar.
あんたがいつだって私に本気じゃないって
I never
知っ
knew
て
you
たの。
never took me seriously.
じゃあ、
In that case,
本当に愛し合いましょうよ。
let's love each other for real.
お互い、本気で。
Both of us, seriously.
ああ、愛してるわ。ラムダデル
I do love you,
タ。
Lambdadelta.
嬉しいわ。
I'm happy, so happy.
本当に嬉しいわ。
愛してるわ、ベルンカステル。
I do love you, Bernkastel.
あなたを飴玉に変えて、永遠に私の舌の上で可愛がってあげ
To turn
る。
you to candy and cuddle you with my tongue forever.
どちらが勝っても私たちは愛し合えるのね。
No matter who wins, our love will never fade.
それって本当に素敵だわ。
Just wonderful.
それって本当に。
さあ、
Okay, okay.
愛し合いましょうよ。
Let's love each other right now. With a crash, crack lines appeared across the sky of the Golden Land. Then finally, the barrier of the Golden Land was breached by the fleet's assault. It was a bizarre scene, more ridiculous than anything anyone had imagined. The sky of the Golden Land shattered like glass, and a fleet of sailboats flew in one after another. They were crowded with goats pushing each other and spilling off the sides. Hey, didn't we have like a nuke, like a submarine? Can we not just nuke the entire fleet? Oh, today.
さあ、始めましょう。
Let us begin.
黄金鏡の最後の宴を。
The Golden Land's final banquet. A banquet. It wasn't some fancy metaphor, but a simple statement of fact. The overwhelming surge of goat troops came in like a tsunami. The residents of the Golden Land who stood defiantly were like a forgotten sandcastle on a beach. A fight between a wave and a sandcastle is not a fight. This was a banquet for the oncoming Vikings at a stand-up meal, like the voracious, merciless goats. Oh, there's no way around it. Burn Castell, use your magic. Fire?
グッド。さあヤギたち、形あるものに破壊を、動くものに静寂を。
Come, go. Bring destruction to all that has form, stillness to all that
生
moves.
けるものに絶望を。
To all who live. All those who could use magic fired it off at once. With a shout like a thunderclap, the goat tsunami rushed forward. Everything collided at once and there was a brilliant and terrible explosion. Sparks and smoke, flying splinters and screams. Them completely forgetting that in Chapter 3, Beatrice used like some crazy magic all the time. Or not, no, Chapter 2, sorry. Was it Chapter 2 or 3? I don't remember. I think it was 3. For an instant, the fierce magical cannonballs fired by Beato and the Siester Sister Corps seemed to halt this goat tsunami in its tracks. Because based on that impression, I would have been of the opinion that a few tens of thousands would have been reasonable for Beato to take on. Quite easily, actually. However, their numbers were so great they didn't even flinch. The goat wave continued walking over the corpses that had been blasted away or which had fallen to their knees in weariness. The mound of corpses piled up, and still more goats were shot down as they tried to cross it, so that in a few seconds it really was tall enough to be a tsunami. That's a lot of goats.
あなたが築き上げてきた黄金鏡など、浜辺に子供が残した砂の城に過ぎな
This
い。
golden land you've built is nothing more than a sand castle some kid left on the
飲み込まれて
swallowed
消えてしま
and
え。
disappeared. It's a pity they didn't manage to shoot down any boat.
岸壁に打ち寄せる無力なさざ波を思うがいい。
Perhaps you should liken it to ripples beating meaninglessly against a wharf?
波に飲まれる砂の
A
城。
sandcastle swallowed by a wave.
飲んでみろよ。わらわの
Try
城
swallowing my castle. Beato lifted her hands, telling the pair of battle towers that had been hidden deep in the ground their day of glory had come once again. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. After all, this time the tsunami that towered over everything wasn't them. Fire. Wait, why did we not fire? I guess whatever. There's 4 towers, right? Was it 3 or 4 towers? I don't remember. A thunderstorm of rapid fire ballista rounds leapt from the battle tower gun ports. The goats let out a confused scream at the furious tempest bearing down on them. However, they saw something else too. Ah, see? I was waiting for that. In the sky above the tower, there was a reaper astride a divine horse, backdropped by the moon, a massive spear the size of a tower in its hand. The great witch sitting on the horse by the reaper spoke.
お帰りなさい。
Welcome
ここ
back.
はあなたたちの世界ではありませ
This
ん。
world does not belong to
行
you.
っちまえ、お師匠様。
Do it, teacher. You know, you could actually do a smothered mate if there's this many enemies. If the field's this crowded, all you need to do is have a piece that can't be attacked and can attack the king, and they're super dead because they can't move. The heavenly spear pierced the ground. For an instant, it looked like some divine tower sticking out of the ground. However, that was the last thing those eyes ever saw. The sacred spear was the embodiment of heaven's wrath. The strength to bury an unclean city in a single stroke was unleashed upon the pack of goats. With a massive explosion that resembled a volcanic eruption, goats were sent flying all over the place. I'm just imagining a lot of ragdolls here. A lot of goat ragdolls, like it's raining fucking goats. Actually raining goats. Like the fucking typhoon that's hit this island all the time. Not bad, I guess they really are witches. Is it enough?
敵はまだまだ来るわ。
The enemies keep coming.
やっぱり飲み
have
込
the
まれ
knights,
るの
right?
は私たちなのよ。
Looks like we'll be the ones swallowed up after all.
西ちゃん、あんたたちは楽しそうだ
At
な。
least you two are enjoying yourselves.
祭りは楽しまねば損ということだ。
How could one fail to enjoy such a
どうやら
festival?
我らの出番がなくなるということはなさそうだぞ。
It seems our time in the limelight shall not be stolen from us after all.
みてえだな。
It looks like
燃え
it.
てきたぜ。
I'm all fired up. Blammo. Yes. The crowd of goats truly was like a wave pressing in from the sea. You might be able to split a ripple on the beach with your feet, but you can't split the sea. Witches could. But that meant the other side also had someone who could split seas. Well, I guess it's a 2-to-1, so is Erica better than 2 of these? Probably not. But she doesn't. That's what the army's for. Suddenly smoke poured from one of the 2 towers and the ground shook as it crumbled. Let's do our retroactive story. Erica's already dead because she was killed with the 3rd and 4th towers. Just saying, we already played that trick. Is Erica already dead? Is Erica already dead and retroactively dying? Since we're back in the land of summoning the towers, why not? What the hell happened? Over there. On top of the other tower.
Erika!
But of course, it's your turn now, is it not? At the top of the other battle tower, Erica stood gracefully wielding her scythe.
これで黄金鏡の魔女たちへの敬意には十分でしょ。
I'd say that's enough to show the witches of the Golden Land proper
魔
respect.
法など
All
全て
magic
ま
is
や
fake.
かし。
It's just a fantasy sandcastle that'll vanish when mystery swallows it
楽
up.
しかったですよ。魔法ごっこ。
Playing witches was fun though.
なんだか幼かった頃、近所のお姉ちゃんたちとこんな遊びをした気がします。
I think I remember playing something like this with some older girls from the neighborhood when I was younger.
だからもうこれでお
Let's
しま
bring
い
it
に
to
し
an
まし
end.
ここからはあんたたちが絶
Now's the
叫を
time
聞
to
か
hear
せ
you
てくれる番です。
Erica threw that pretentious pirate hat she'd been wearing this whole time into the sky. With the moon behind it, Erica's form, her afterimage vanished from the tower's peak.
どこに？
Where is she?
レーダー捕捉してます。
We have her on radar.
戦闘壁面。
She's on the side of the tower. Shaking with a wild, joyous laughter, Erica dashed straight down the tower. She says, "Man, magic isn't real," and then she runs down a wall with a magic scythe. Seems good. She swung her scythe like a baton, and as she passed along the tower's wall, its gun ports, walls, pillars, and everything else were crushed, leaving a trail of smoke. Though from the sidelines it looked as though a line of smoke suddenly split the tower from top to bottom. The golden arrows of Siestra's sister corps chased after Erica like gold threads in a sewing machine.
この化け物縫われて刺繍になるにゃ
Monster, get yourself sewed and embroidered. Yeah. I can't even see them visibly in this image. There is no thread even on screen.
グッドグッドグッド
Even the golden arrows couldn't catch up with Erica, and finally Erica reached the bottom of the battle tower, and empty cartridges were ejected from the golden bows.
ハゼロ役立たずの塔
First useless tower.
でしたっけ
Isn't that the phrase? Erica, who had landed on the ground, slowly stood up and tapped the tower behind her with the handle of her scythe. The tiny tap cut the final string that held the tower together, and the whole thing fell in on itself with an earth-shattering crash. Once again, the dark tsunami rumbled forward through the rubble and smoke.
我こそは真実の魔女
Don't forget Erica,
フ
Witch
ル
of
ドエ
Truth.
リカなり今こそ真実にて黄金鏡を解体する
But this moment marks the dismantling of the Golden Land by the truth.
土
Okay.
は土に幻は
Yes, it does.
幻に
Illusions to illusions.
終わらせてあげますよ
I'll end your
あんたたち
daydream
のハ
for
クチュー
you.
ムさあさあ思い出してごらんなさい亡霊たち
I'm
本
trying
当
to
はもう
remember
とっ
ghosts.
くに死ん
Remember
でるんだってこと
how you died so long ago. The goat tsunami swallowed everything up, and when she saw them sink under the Black Sea of Goats, Erica guffawed from atop the debris of the tower. Apparently didn't eat the tower.
さあ殺せ殺せ皆殺しになさい
Come on then. Kill the massacre.
全員の首を切り落として槍に突き刺して
Gotta hold
掲げ
their
な
heads
さ
and
い
stick them on spears.
怒号と真実の渦に飲み込まれて消え去ってください
Ghost of 1986.
1986
The
年の
time
亡
has
霊
come
たち
for the whirlpool
さよ
of
うなら
truth to swallow you all. So long. Oh. Alright, Ava broke the magic circle around the key beforehand after all. By the time Battler and Ange reached it, it was falling apart like sand in an hourglass. They tried punching and kicking to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened that.
だいぶ前に壊してくれたみたい
Looks
だ
like
け
she
ど、
broke it a while
そ
ago.
れでもまだ
It'll take
時
some
間
time
はか
before
か
it's
そうだわ。
gone.
多分
A bit
あ
longer,
と
I
少
think.
しなんだ。おそらく
If we could just buy time for 5
あと
minutes.
5分も稼げれば
Judging by the speed the circles were crumbling and the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it'd be over soon. However, right now, even 5 minutes couldn't be considered soon. They turned around. Beyond the bookshelf ravine was a universe. Even for Battler, who had seen Beato's fights many times over, the battle between Lambda and Bernkastel was so mind-defying he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. When he finally managed to find a word, it was a universe. Each time a battle between Lambdadelta and Bernkastel unfolded, a universe was created between the pair of them. Big bangs would take place, universes would be created, galaxies beyond number would be born and erased, and then when it seemed like a big crunch had occurred and the universe met its demise, there'd be another big bang and another universe would be created. It was like watching gods playing. The two witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again, almost as though two creators were fighting to prove their universe was the right one. If you let your guard down in the slightest, just watching this would steal your soul. That's how it felt.
We'll
get the key back any second now. It'll be possible to go back to the Golden Lamp with the fragment Lambda gave us, right?
エンジェは鍵を取ったらすぐ帰れ
Go back as soon as you get the
俺
key.
はラムダデルタを放ってお
I
くな
can't leave Lambda on her own.
あの戦いの中に飛び込むっての
You're jumping into that fight?
だが放っておけねえだろ
I can't leave her on her own.
二人の戦いは確
Their
かに
fight
上
might
気を逸
defy
してる
common
だ
sense,
が完全に拮抗して
but
て
they're perfectly and evenly matched. So,
俺みたいな人間風情一人の火星でも
if anyone jumps in,
何
even
か
a
を
weak
崩せ
human
る
like
かも
me,
しれない
something might break. A perfect balance maintained by two great powers can easily break by adding even a little strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add that strength would be literally suicidal. Also, this is the easy way to get Lambda killed. You go in there and you're like, I'm helping, and Lambda's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then dies to Bernkastel. Classic. Classic. We've seen that one too many times. Like a moth flying into a furnace. It might burn up before it even reaches it.
鍵を手に入れたらエンジェはすぐに黄金鏡へ飛ん
Once
で
you
帰
get
れ
the key, go straight back to the Golden Land.
いつまで持ちこたえられるかわからない
We don't know how long they can hold out, remember?
みんな戦ってるのに
I can't go back alone.
私
Not
一
when
人だ
everyone's
け
fighting.
帰れない。
そうだな
That's right.
これは
This
お
is
前
your
の
fight.
戦いだからお前は
So
戦
fight.
みんなと一緒に死ねなかったことを悔やみながらその気持ちに打ち勝って未
I
来
know
を
you're
生きるんだ
not dying with everyone else, but you gotta overcome that feeling and live in the
それ
future.
をお前は
That's
決
what
意
you
したは
decided
ず
to
だ
do, right? Ange had no words to respond with. Her brother and everyone else would probably die, so she wanted to die in the same place and at the same time as everyone else. However, that would not be allowed, and she mustn't wish for it. She'd already made up her mind. She'd sworn to live in the future without turning back to look at everyone's deaths.
黄金鏡に帰ったらベアトに鍵を見せろ
When you get back to the Golden Land, show the key to
するとベ
Beato.
アトは
She'll show you the two
お
doors.
前の前にそしてお前に簡単な謎
Then
解き
she'll
を
give
し
you an easy puzzle and tell you to open
その
one.
どっちそれが
That's the last game on my game board.
俺のゲーム版の最後
二つの扉。
Two doors.
二つのうち
Of the two, one leads to the future. Don't worry.
今のお前なら絶対に間違いない
I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now.
そしてそれをくぐったら扉が
Also,
閉まるまで
once you go through it, don't turn back
後ろ
until the door
振り返るな。
closes.
どうして振り返っちゃいけ
Why
ない
can't
の
I turn?
扉が閉まれば俺たちの運命はも
When the door
う
closes,
お前には分か
you
ら
won't
ない
be able to see our
つま
fate
り俺
anymore.
たちは猫箱の
In
中
other
に
words,
閉
we'll be
ざされ
shut inside the cat
猫
box.
箱に閉ざされた運命は
And a fate
無限
inside
の
a cat
真
box
実を持
has
つ。
endless truths.
そういうことだ
That's right.
俺たちはボロクソに負けたかもしれねえし奇跡の大逆転で
We might
生
have
き残
lost
るかもしれ
pathetically.
ね
We might have made a miraculous comeback and
えつま
survived.
りお前という未来の魔女に俺たちの決着を観測させずに未
In
来
other
に送り
words,
出せれ
if
ば
you, the Witch of the Future, are sent into the future without witnessing the end of the conflict, we have a chance at victory.
だがお前がいつまでも俺たちを見ていたら
However, if you look at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. Puts the odds of our defeat at 100%.
だからお前は俺たちに勝利の奇跡を与えるためにも
So to give us a miraculous victory, you mustn't turn back once you go through the door. Got it?
だから俺はラムダデルタを助けに行くのさ
We've seen this myth too many times. That was Persephone? And who else was that? Oh, that was Sodom and Gomorrah too.
その俺の勇姿を見送って黄金鏡に帰れば
Was that Lot's wife with Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
俺の最後の姿になる
I don't remember her name. I don't remember her name. She probably didn't get a name. That's how the Bible goes. If you go back to the Golden Land after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story ends for you.
お兄ちゃんたちの勝敗は猫箱に
The end of your battle will be sealed in the
だ
capital.
から絶対に
So you certainly won't lose.
そういうことだ
Exactly.
だから振り返るな
Don't look
もう
back.
じき鍵が手に入る
You'll have the key
一
soon.
目散で黄金鏡に帰るんだ
You gotta go back to the Golden Land like your life depends on it.
今のうちに手短に
Real quick, I have a message for the you of the future.
俺いいか忘れる
Don't
な
forget it. Engrave it into your heart.
よく心に刻んど
Okay, okay.
いついかなる時もな生きる希望を捨てるんじゃねえぜ
No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keep you alive.
俺たちはいつだってみんな
All
お
of us
前
are
の後ろにいるんだ
always behind you.
お前が信じてさえくれりゃ声だってかけられるんだ
You just believe. We can even speak to you.
信じろ
Believe it.
奇跡はな信じれば絶対に叶うから
If one thing's certain, it's that miracles happen when you believe. At that moment, Lambdadelta and Bernkastel were wrapped in a massive explosion. Surely one of them delivered a powerful blow. There were no further explosions, so the strike must have decided the match. When the smoke clears, who will be left standing? The magic circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve. Are you still there? My beloved Lambdadelta? All that came into sight was Bernkastel. There was no answering voice from Lambdadelta. If this was a sign of her victory, it didn't cause Bernkastel's expression to grow any brighter. Too bad, Lambda. I thought we'd be able to build a universe together. Too bad. It's really too bad. Bernkastel was still focusing all her nerves on the battle. She took no notice of Battler and Ange by the key. However, she would probably notice soon, and then there'd be nowhere to run. The last section of the magic circle was starting to fade. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that any hope it would dissolve in a minute or perhaps a few dozen seconds were crushed absolutely, and Battler readied himself. This fight probably won't work out as well as the last one. Looks like I'm up now. Onicha. You're great, Ange. I'm proud you didn't try to stop me. With tears still pouring down her face, Ange lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that had been patting her head. I've got to gather the kitties again. I thought Battler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, one guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe. The smoke cleared completely, and they saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around like it was Lambdadelta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off Bernkastel's head. It was missing one of its points, giving it a lonely feeling. Lambdadelta? Live with me. Become a single universe with you inside me. Bernkastel skewered the cookie and swallowed it. We'll always be together. Love you, Lambda. Me too, Bern. Bernkastel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. The bulge rose from her stomach to her throat and exploded like a firework from her mouth. From Bernkastel's mouth spewed fireworks, sparks, fragments of candy. You really should fix the habits you've had since you were a cat. Here's a hint. If you find a piece of candy lying on the ground somewhere, don't pick it up and eat it. Burn Castell doubled over even more, still spitting up an exploding firework. The birth of a small universe from that sweet hit her directly from the inside of her stomach. Even Burn Castell couldn't withstand that. As Burn Castell repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence, and she glared at Lambdadelta with a terrifying expression. Her body was flickering because she'd taken so much damage that even maintaining her form now was difficult. Oh, slovenly Burn. Your body's falling apart. I sort of felt like losing for a bit. I changed my mind. If I became a single universe with you, wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore.
そうね。
True.
私、釣った魚に餌はあげないたちだもの。
I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught.
知ってるわ。だからベルンは美しく輝くのよ。
That's why you shine so beautifully.
思わせぶりな仕草を見せるのに、決して誰にもこびることはない。気高い猫の女王のように。
But you'll never actually dote on them like a proud queen of cats.
あんたを段ボールに変えて、側面揃えて、私の爪研ぎにしてあげるわ。
I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make you my scratching post.
あんたこそ三味線にして、一回弾いたら飽きて押し入れに入れて、埃を積もらせてあげるわよ。
I'll turn you into a shamisen, get bored after plucking one string, and put you in a cupboard to let dust pile up on you. What a threat. Oh, what a creative threat. The goat tsunami swallowed everything, but the sea spray was still flying about. The reef resisted the ocean that was trying to cover them and were smashing waves left and right. Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the Inquisitors of Heresy specialized in close-range combat and were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Illusions alone wouldn't be enough. In the battle conditions, all the humans were thrust into the center of the fight. Everyone in the Ashiramiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless, they have guns. If the goats supported fantasy, they could use these as the ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the goats supported mystery, they'd use these in a much more obvious way. These 45 long Colt bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every goat they struck.
死に損ないどもがいつまで抵抗しやがるんですか。いい加減その辺で沈みやがれです。
Give up and sink your ship. Ooh, she's salty about that one.
沈めと言われればあがきたくなるのが後ろ宮よ。
Telling an Ashiramiya to sink makes them fight all the harder.
小娘、お前に語れるほど後ろ宮甘くはないわ。
Little girl, you have no idea what the Ashiramiya family is. So can Soktaru just like make everyone invincible at all times, since that's like the ability he uses because he refuses to fight? He just makes Mario invincible, right? They have to use weight of weight to crush them, right? They can't be attacked. I think that's what Soktaru did, right?
1986年以前に死んでるでしょうが。
You were dead before 1986, weren't you?
はしゃぎすぎなんですよ。このクソじじい。
It's about time you stopped moving, Gramps. Erika's razor-sharp scythe buried itself in Kinzo's chest. It dug straight into his heart, but the daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't falter.
我が死を猫箱の外の誰が観測したというのか
Was my
な
death ever witnessed by anyone outside the Kappa?
あれは不滅なり
I'm indestructible. Indestructible! A punch containing the entirety of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erika flying.
お父さん、お父さん、しっかり。
Oh, you can.
踏み越えて行け我が屍後ろ宮家は振り返るな
The Ashiramiya family never turns back. Look at this golden man. As Erica tried to deliver the finishing blow, Crow stepped in between them, blocking the way.
親父殿に代わって私が
I'll
お
be your
相手
opponent
しよう
in father's place. It's time for a boxing match.
おや
Humans aren't powerless, they have guns. The only quote that surpasses. Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. I'm just waiting for Beatrice to announce that there was actually a third tower and Erica's dead. Because she's already done that. She doesn't summon 2 towers, right? She actually summons more than that.
無能投資家の大先生ではございませんか。
If it isn't the incompetent investing expert.
よくもまあ儲からない話ばかりを見つけて散財なさるものです。
It's actually impressive you managed to find all the worst bets, losing your money so quickly.
失礼靴紐が溶けてはいないか
And yet even I remember to tie my shoes.
え
Erica tried to look down at her feet, but what she saw was Krause's left fist. Krause's left uppercut made Erica float in the air, not by magic, but by the simple laws of physics, and for an instant, Erica saw the moon.
私は投資家としては無能だろう
Maybe I was incompetent as an investor.
だがボクサーとしての才能は大学時代の友人たちが証明するだろ
But all of my college friends will attest to my talent as a boxer.
お前ごとき小娘に我が後ろ宮の全てを否定することなど
I won't
こ
allow
の
you to
後ろ
discredit
宮クラウスが許さ
every part
ん
of the Ashiromiya family, little girl.
どう雑魚が
Shouldn't that knock you unconscious? You're like a 12-year-old, and he's a boxer, delivering like a really good uppercut. Count on is an illusion. An illusion created by a lonely Jessica
学園祭で
at the school festival.
私はカノン君をみんなに紹介したぜ
I introduced Canon-kun to everyone.
サクにヒナに他にもみんなに
Hina and everyone
友
else.
達みんなが証明する
All my friends will
お
testify to
前
it.
らの勝手な想像で私たちの仲を勝手に決めつけるんじゃねえぜ
Don't make assumptions about your relationship based on your own imagination. Well, that goat lost. Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive body cave in.
お見事ですお嬢様
Splendidly done,
この
milady.
ような窮地でよくそれだけの力を
Think you could wield such power in a tight spot like this?
そりゃそうだぜ
Well, of course.
だって私今死んでもいいかなって思
After all,
っちゃ
I'm
ってる
thinking I don't really care if I
カ
die.
ノン君に背中を預けて初めての共同作業だもんな
This is the first time we work together with you at my back.
それがケーキカットじゃないのが
Too
残
bad
念
it
だけど
isn't
さ
cutting the cake. Jessica laughed embarrassedly. She looked even more relaxed than she had on stage at the school festival.
なら僕たちはケーキ以外のものを切断しましょう
We have plenty to cut here besides cake.
いちいちカノン君が言うことはかっこつけすぎなんだよ
You always try to sound cool. Yeah,
だがそれがいい
that's what I like about you. The massive bodies that rushed at them, trying to deny their relationship and their very existence, had 2 choices: be sliced or be struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the floor, it became proof that 2 of them existed. Shannon's an illusion. That one doesn't follow. George is an antisocial shut-in. Their love is an illusion that doesn't exist.
ジョージ様危ない
George-sama, look out! The goat's log-sized fist buried itself in George's face. It was the middle of a massive, confused battle. There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like that.
ネクラな引きこもり
An antisocial shut-in, huh?
いいとも
Very well.
僕への評価は
Say what you will
どのよ
about
うな
me.
ものでも甘んじ
George
て
had
受け入
indeed been hit with a fist right in the center of his face, but he didn't bend over backwards, not even an inch. The goat started wondering what he had hit. Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he slammed his fist into a steel wall, and it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression of that face would probably be too terrifying. This is a living theory that is scared of a person. Alright. George pressed his hand against that fist.
僕の学生時代の同期たちが証言するだろう
You could probably get testimony from my old classmates
確かに
at
僕は
school.
ネクラで社交
Yes,
的
I'm
な
an
人間じゃな
antisocial
ければ
person.
もう一つ
So there's one more
とて
thing
も
they'll
重
tell
要
you.
なことを証言
Far
する
more important. George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in his tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it had a vice around it. Even though the other hand was tiny, the goat couldn't even
後ろ
move
宮
its
ジョ
fist.
ージは自分に対する一切のことで喧嘩をした試しはない
Ushiromiya George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. At this point, you think, wait, do we... No, no.
どのような挑発にも
He was
逃
a
げ回
coward
る
to run away from all threats.
臆病な少年だった誰もがそう証言す
Everyone
る
will
だろ
tell you
うで
that.
も喧嘩を一度もしたことがな
But
い
they
と
won't tell you he never got into a
誰も
fight.
証言しないだろう
I accept the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied.
だが
However,
そんな僕に
never
味方してくれるあらゆる挑発と挑戦を
have I let anyone
断じて
provoke or challenge
一度たりとも
anyone who treated someone as pathetic as me
僕は許したことはない
like a friend. Alright. The goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's furious feet split the heavens. Shannon approached George for his money and... Bad theory. Bad theory. Go home, goat. The goat's filthy finger touched Shannon's back. The finger exploded and boiled away.
私のジョージさんへの愛は純
My
粋
love
で
for
高
George
潔です
is true and pure.
ジョージさんは私が記した手紙のすべてを保管なさ
George
って
must
いる
have
で
kept
しょ
all
う
the letters I wrote.
それらをご覧いただければ証明できるでしょう
Read them and you'll have your proof. Write anything in a letter. Contents of a letter are no proof of true love. A blazing red light charred the goat's entire body. Shannon slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt.
愛を知らぬ哀れな観測者よ
Pitiful spectator,
お
ignorant of
前に
love.
はミステリーは愚か人の心を読む資格さえもありま
You
せ
have
ん
no right to read a mystery, much less a person's heart.
起きえなさい
Disappear. Ripperoni, that goat. Absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, burning up the goats around her with its flames.
そうだね確かにマリアたちは死んでいるかもしれない
Is Maria just like AFKing here, laughing at everything?
でもねだからって誰にもマリアたちのことを批判することはできないマリアとママの愛は誰にも否定できないんだもの
No one can deny the love Maria and Mama shared. Maria smiled, showing her teeth, and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then she tossed the fully loaded rifle right straight up into the air. Maria, aren't you a witch? Use your witch powers. Oh, wait.
来なさいよ
Come and get some. Well, that's a cute picture. That's a cute picture. That's a cute picture. Even if we don't get many shots of this, I think that's one of the best drawings we've seen yet. In terms of aesthetic and framing, it looks really good. The moon's in the background. There's a bit of rain you can see, so it's pouring. We got a strong pose from Rosa, a decent, relaxed pose from Maria, reflecting different attitudes. Just a mother with her daughter, no phones in sight. Maria's got her handbag, and she's just chilling there. It seems good. They're both focused on something similar in the distance to where the gun's pointing. But one of them's clearly relaxed. I like this. A nice contrast between Maria and Rosa. The moon and the darkness towards their feet. It's really nice. This is actually one of the best pieces this chapter. She says, come get some. Rosa, who stood back to back with Maria, caught it without turning around. But that wasn't all. Maria had passed the gun to her mother perfectly without even looking back. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground as she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger.
私とマリアの愛を疑うやつは前へ出なさいよ
If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward. A crowd of goats, cowed by Rosa's ferocity, didn't get closer to her.
じゃあ、
Then I'll
私は
deny
否定してあげます。
Okay.
浮気性のあんたはいつだって男のところを遊び歩いてマリアを一人ぼっちにしてました。
Being the serial cheater you are always off playing around with some man and leaving Maria all alone.
マリアの日記にはそんなこと一言も書いてないもん。
Nothing like that's written anywhere in Maria's diary.
あんたが一番知ってい
She's
るで
no
しょう
better
が。
than anyone else. Erica's just like, are you fucking serious?
ローザはあんたを愛してなんかいない。
Rosa didn't love
産
you.
んだことさえ後悔してるクソったれな母親じゃないですか。
She was a crappy mother who regretted even giving. You're not thrilled with the near upskirt of Maria? And her face is too chubby? Yeah, who cares? Dude, like, any low angle you're gonna call a near upskirt. Like, if it's literally above their waist, you can call it a near upskirt. That's way too vague. What you care about, what you care about for that is like whether it's intended to be sexualized, and that shot does not appear to be sexualized in the slightest. That is not like intended to. The art is not intended to depict some like sexy 9-year-old or some shit. That is the complete opposite tone of it. It's not even giving any actual fan service. You have to give people leeway to actually draw women and girls. You can't just be like, well, this isn't above this because it's like this isn't perfectly flat on. They aren't wearing a elaborate heavy dress that obscures all of their physical features. Like, you don't just like apply those rules randomly. Gotta maintain a standard. Can Maria look cool? Yeah, she can look cool. Maria can look cool. Alright. Rosa didn't love you. She's a crappy mother who regretted giving birth to you. Yeah, they're in the middle of a storm. It works. Like, are you seeing the amount of rain on screen? like that. I pointed out the rain because I'm like, it's clearly pouring. There's wind. Like, we can hear the wind in the background. Like, it's not like they picked this scene and they're like, ah, yes, the magical wind giving us an upskirt shot. It's like, no, everything fits the setting. Erica was peering at the unfeeling moon, the taste of metal in her mouth. For a moment, she didn't realize what was happening. What was that cold feeling on her back? The ground? What? Why am I lying down? Wasn't the moon full? Why isn't it now? Come to think of it, my teeth hurt. There's something cold and hard there? Then she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground with a gun barrel in her mouth, and the thing splitting the moon was the angry kind of king of wolves protecting its child. The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. But it was only her after image. What a terrifying movie. Are you really human? Erica, who had escaped death the last moment by leaving an after image, found a metallic flash right before her eyes, which had been there before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erica's eyes, crushing it. Of course, that was another after image. However, when Erica escaped and reappeared elsewhere, a heel was already there waiting for her. From the goat's perspective, several after images of Erica seemed to be appearing at once, all of which pierced by Rosa at the same time. If you say that again, I'll have to get serious.
ママは強いんだよ。
That's really fun. Maria, meanwhile, just like, I'm just here to reload. I'm a witch, but I don't give a fuck. And so Erica couldn't reappear anymore. At the very least, not within Rosa's range of attack. Erica put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair. What are these people? Erica's animal instincts made her turn her head slightly to the side just in time. Where her head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think two bullets shot from two different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where her head once was, so that both of them hit and bounced off each other like billiard balls. Oh, so close.
悪いな。
Sorry.
俺たちの趣味は親玉狙いなんだ。
Ah, they're big fans of the whole boss, the take out the boss first strat, you see.
私たちクレイは得意よ。
Play pigeons are our
あま
specialty.
りのんびりお空を飛ばない方がいいんじゃないかしら。
Flying along in a straight line probably ain't a great idea. The two of them spun their rifles exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading in a manner that put old westerns to shame, and then pointing them back up at where Erica was in the sky.
この化け物どもが
Monster. Literal flying witch. Once again, their accurate shots plunged through the forehead of Erica's afterimage, bouncing off each other like billiard balls with the shower sparks. Alright, so here's where you say, okay, we take turns now. We gotta take turns. We're too accurate. Take turns. And then Rudolph fails, but you know. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. This time Erica appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She'd been forced to escape to a place outside the range of the guns fired by humans. Then the light from the moon was blocked. The place she had fled to rapidly exploded, setting chunks of rubbish flying. A massive longsword was plunged into the ground. It was Delanor's.
おや
Oh.
私のお友達じゃありませんか
If it isn't my old friend! She had dodged by a hair, but this bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball shape, like a sword, than something for cutting with. Even though she dodged it, the blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Delanor was serious. She seriously intended to smash Erica to bits.
どうしたんです怖い顔しちゃってもう少し可愛い顔ができればいいのに
Can't you try to act that a bit, I don't know, cuter?
楽しいですか
Do you find this enjoyable?
人の夢や幻想を打ち壊すのは
Destroying people's dreams and illusions? Why do you even ask that, Nox? You know that better than anyone.
楽しいに決まってるじゃないですかそれこそが知的蹂躙の醍醐味でしょうが
Do you expect an intellectual rapist to do?
あなたは邪悪な人です
You are an evildoer. Alas, Nox's rules don't say anything about that.
しかしそれでも同情できる邪悪だと信じていました
And yet, I used to believe you're the sort of evil worthy of sympathy. Is that simply because you're on opposite sides, or because you're a piece on a game board and Erica surpassed the game board?
あんたに同情を頼んだ覚えはありま
I
せん
never
か
asked for your sympathy.
あなたを直ちに切り伏せなかったこと
Not cutting you down immediately upon our first meeting.
それが今日を招いた
That
私
sin
の
of
罪
mine
です
is what brought this day to pass. Leonor's hair bristled with rage. The sight of this expression on one of her old friends pinned Erica to the spot. My friend,
痛みさえ分からぬうちに
allow me to free you
私があ
before you
な
can
たを解
suffer.
放しましょうあなたがこれ以上の罪を背負わぬようにです
I won't let you bear any further sins. Yes, Erica's like a comic book villain. She will just instantly claim an afterimage every time she looks dead. Since it appears that you can actually do damage to the afterimages. But wait. The force of anger that welled from Delanor's whole body struck Erica, or rather the swirl of blasting wind from her massive longsword sent her flying. The cannonball with the blade repeatedly cracked the ground just after Erica left away, so it almost looked as though Erica was jumping backwards, smashing the earth beneath her with each jump.
ドラノール
Glenn,
我が友よ
friend of mine. Rest in peace.
安らかにです
Only say that after you've killed someone. The great longsword split the air again, pulverizing the ground. However, this time Erica was nowhere to be seen. Where did she escape to? Erica had broken the barrier of the Golden Lane, landing on a ship whose bow was barely in sight. Practically speaking, she ran away. Fully aware of this, Erica howled, her face contorted with humiliation. Her shoulders heaved with her breathing, and she even forgot to fix her hair. The scythe fell from her hand and landed with a clank on the floor. The sound brought her back to her senses.
誰やきども何をぼさっと見てやがんです
What are you standing around
口を
staring
開
for?
け
Open gunpoint!
断種概念否定炸裂弾
What concept negation explosive
無
rounds?
標準無感染射撃
Disregard any procedures. Just fire! Nah, we don't listen to people who don't wear pirate hats. That's not cool. It's their proof of admiralty. Nah, that'd be too funny. The warships that had flown into the Golden Land opened their gun ports one after another and fired all at once in a scattered mess of cannonballs. The hundreds of explosive rounds they fired would negate the concept of anything or person they touched, smashing them into little bits and setting them ablaze with flames. The battlefield full of writhing goats became a fiery hell. Damaged Golden Land, I see. News sprayed, a cannonball smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down bit by bit, and the fleeing gold butterflies were wrapped like flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. It was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory, it was just a confused, hellish pot of boiling water. The Golden Land was being torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosion craters, and its rose petals were scattered about without pity. There were flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks, and half-crazed screams. Even amidst the hellish swirl, the goats and the dead continued fighting. As seen from atop the boats, this was hell without a doubt. Oh shit. Drop anchor! When Erica yelled, the goats on the boats ran about frantically, and one by one, massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows down into the earth below. These anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the Golden Land itself, digging in with their wedge-shaped tips. Erica? Oh, Beatrice, are you gonna do something about the ships now?
Oh yeah, Beatrice-san. 何しろこの大混戦。
This battle's so huge, you have me worried.
あなたを見つけられず、途方に暮れておりました。
I thought I might not be able to find you before the whole thing ended. Beatrice landed on the front tip of the warship, facing off against Erica, who stood on the bow.
貴様は許さぬ。この場でわらわが討ち取ってくれる
I'll
わ。
finish you myself right here. Beato jabbed with her pipe. It transformed into a beautifully intricate golden longsword.
いいでしょう。
Very good.
望む
That's
と
just what
こ
I
ろ
hope.
です。決着をつけましょう。
Let's settle this. Erica threw her scythe up in the air. When it returned to her hand, it became a sword similar to Beato's. The nearby goats crowded around Erica, trying to support her.
手出し無用です。
You stay out of this.
それよりお前たちは怒りの巻き上げを
All of you need to start lifting the
黄
anchors.
金鏡を根元から引き
Tear
裂
up
い
the
て粉
Golden
々
Land
に
by
し
its
てし
roots.
まいなさい。
Aye, aye, sir. The goats bowed and rushed to their posts. Wouldn't it be more efficient to just, like, have Beato, like, blast all the ships out of the air in, like, 5 seconds? They're just boats. Several dozen ships lowered their anchors, digging into the base of the Golden Land. Soon they were going to try and pull them up, tearing the Golden Land to pieces.
来い、エリカ
America.
貴様に我が最後の決闘の名誉くれてやる
I'll give you the honor of my final duel. Beato raised her sword, bowed in the ancient fashion, and waited for her opponent. Erica kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of the boat barefoot. And in accordance with Beato's rules, she bowed back. It was a duel on the prow of a ship that pierced the sky below the crowd of goats, was being blasted away by the indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in the panorama of this world's end. By now, it would be stupid to wonder whether anyone from the Ashiromiya family was still alright. Yes, it truly was the end of this world, the end of the Golden Land. Ground to dust and filled with flames, the Golden Rose Garden was burning spectacularly with bits of fire and golden splashes flying about. The ground creaked as fissures ran through it. Through to the base of the Golden Land, all the ships started pulling their anchors up at once. Crowds of mighty goats used all their monstrous strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the Golden Land's base spread cracks throughout the entire Golden Land. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The Golden Land's end was adorned with the flames of hell and streaking gold fragments with fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the boat's prow, Beato and Erica looked down on this, their swords crossed and sparks flying between them.
すごい光景じゃないですか。
That was a hell of a sight to
ふ
see.
さわしいと思いませんか。
Don't you think it's fitting?
あんたの物語の終章に。
The perfect final chapter for your tale.
黄金鏡は終わるだろ
Golden Land may
う。わらわも
descend.
果てるだろう。
I may perish.
だが我らが確かにここにあった事実を誰にも消せぬ。
However, none can erase the fact we were here.
エンジェは至った。
Ange reached the
未来
answer.
の魔女は使命と希望を持ち、もう
Witch
じ
of
き
the
旅立
future
つだ
has
ろ
a
う。
mission, and hope will soon set off on a new journey.
すでに我らは成し
We've
遂げ
already
ている。
succeeded.
あいにくだな、フルドエリカ。
Too bad for you, Furuto Erica.
この戦、すでにわらわたちが勝利しているわ。
This battle ends with our victory. It was a duel between the Master of Illusion, called the Golden Land, and the witch who controlled Truth. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up, the cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below peeked out through the cracks. A scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps, and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were among them. They helped each other, lent a hand to each other, unwilling to sacrifice anyone until the final moment. What a romantic and fragile illusion is the end of the world. We're gonna fade to black and go back to the other scene. The ground shattered and sank. It fell apart into the oceans of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. It was destruction. As the comrades in arms fell into the sea of nothingness, they looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed the Master of the Golden Land would have leave proof the Golden Land indeed existed. However, Beato didn't look down at them. They wouldn't have wanted her to.
こここそは
This is our
無
golden.
限と黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、ここにあり。
I'm the endless and golden witch Beatrice,
我
and
ら
I'm
は
here.
散れど、それは敗北にあらず。
We may fall, but we will not be
そなた
defeated.
が生き証人となれ。
And you shall become living
そ
proof.
の胸に、わらわの切っ先にて我らの証。
I'll
刻
carve
み
the
つ
proof
けてくれ
of
よ
our
うぞ。
existence into your chest.
さようならベアトリーチェ。
So long, Beatrice.
このクソったれな無限ゲームもこれでおしまいです。
Of that stupid endless
地
game.
獄へ落ちろこの幻が。
Fall into hell, illusion. Ah, there's the transition I was waiting for. Lambdadelta and Burn Castell's fight to the death had passed through its phase of a dynamic clash of fireworks and was now a clash that was quiet and motionless. The two witches, possessing power on an entirely different level, may have been truly equal in strength. The battle could only be resolved by mutual consent if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal.
Lambdadelta, あんたが味方でよかった
To
わ。
have you as a friend.
くそ、もう少しなんだ。早く砂になっちまえ。
Fall apart
ふざ
already,
けた魔法陣
stupid
め。
magic circle. Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue watching over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them felt relief, if only a little. Lambdadelta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing, or if you consider how confident each side looked, she seemed to have a slight advantage in Battler's eyes. He probably would manage to buy them enough time. Ange would take the key and return to the Golden Land. They had to just endure a little bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing what Lambdadelta's fate would be after this. She had disobeyed the Senate, the highest level of which is in existence. Something brutal probably awaited her. However, even knowing this, Ange had to step forward into the future without looking back. That was the single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future.
お兄ちゃん、
Oni-chan?
あれは何？はるか向こうから
Something's coming
何か
toward us
近
from a
づい
long
て
way
くる
away.
わ。
まずいぞ。
Crap, are they enemy reinforcements?
まさか敵の増援か。
Lambdadelta and Burn Castell were glaring at each other so they didn't notice. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. The light proved they were enemies.
でも、ほんの数匹だけだわ
There's only a few of them.
あの程度なら、ラムダデルタの敵じゃない。
It won't be a match for Lambdadelta. All the cats so far seemed like fish in a school, giving the impression they'd be terrifying as a group but not much by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful ordered formation like a constellation, and Battler quickly realized this is something new.
我が巫女よ。
My
そろ
Mika.
そろ鍵の準備が必要な時間ではなかったか。
Isn't it about time to prepare the key? Just by her tone, Battler was able to tell how great a witch this was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. It looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what happened. These were overlords from many worlds that formed Featherine's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Burncastel.
Aurora.
Aurora.
もうそんな時
Is it
間だっ
that
た
time
の
already?
客を多少待たすのもまたパーティーのもてなし方の一つではある。
Why, when holding a party, it's important to keep your guests waiting for a fitting amount of time.
私はあまり好まぬのだがな。
It is, however, not something I'm particularly fond of. As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lambdadelta. The latter bowed hurriedly. Though Lambdadelta grinned, she was also sweating, her brow furrowed with tension.
久しぶりであるな。ラムダデルタ。
How long has it been, Lady
ご機
Lambdadelta?
嫌うるわしゅう。
Why, it's a pleasure to
ダ
see
イ
you,
ヤウローラ
Great
卿。
Lady Aurora.
ここは今日をもてなすにふさわしい場所ではない。
This is no place to entertain one of your
会
positions.
場への道を間違えられたか？
Did you get lost on the way to the party?
ならば私が自らパーティー会場にご案内し
So,
よう。
allow me to guide you there myself.
それは光栄ですわ。ダイヤウローラ卿。
Why, that would be quite an honor, Great Lady Aurora. Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch, it's said she surpassed the level of witches becoming a creator, and that upon reaching this forbidden plane she was cursed with a deadly ailment. However, in life she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say this second witch wanders the Sea of Fragments endlessly, searching for any fragment that can revive her master from the pits of death called boredom, if only for a moment. And so the cat revived her master. Revived the sacred witch who had reached heights none should reach. As witches look down and mock humans from a higher world, calling them pieces on a game board. She looks down and mocks the realm of witches from an even higher world, calling them pieces on a game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they're capable of reaching, she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods who had touched the highest forbidden heights and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Lambdadelta was unable to choose either victory or defeat by her own will.
我が巫女よ。
My Miko.
友人と戯れるのは後にして、今は仕事をしてくれ
Do you
るか。
mind playing with your friends some other time and getting back to work? now?
鍵の準備をせよ。
Prepare the key.
わかったわ。
Okay.
途中でお使いを忘れてしまう天真爛漫さも猫の魅力である。
Simple, naive way cats forget their errand to part ways, their true
そうは
charm.
思わぬか、ラムダデルタ卿。
Don't you think so, great Lady Lambdadelta? Lambdadelta didn't say anything but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed the key's seal would dissolve any second. However, Burncastel would probably find Battler and Ange before that. Once they got their hands on the key, they'd leave this place immediately. Of course, that's assuming they did so before Burncastel and Featherine found them. Burncastel mustn't be allowed to move from this spot.
ゲームセットね、ラムダ。
Looks like game over, Lambda.
私は大アウローラ卿の巫女よ。
I'm the Miko of the Great Witch Aurora.
感激の魔女は朗読の巫女に保護を与えることを忘れてはい
But you
ないわ
haven't
よ
forgotten.
ね。
The Great Witch of Theater Going bestows her protection upon her reader Mikos, have you? Lambdadelta still stood slumped over without answering. The Witch of Theater Going gave protection to her reader Mikos. If Lambdadelta attacked Burncastel, who was Aurora's Miko, the Great Witch Aurora would follow her contract, prevent what she considered an attack against herself, and respond accordingly.
取引しましょう。
Let's make a deal.
何をよ。
Oh, what kind of deal?
バトラは
Where's
どこに
Battler
か
hiding?
素直に白状したらすべて水に流してあげるわ。
You come clean, we'll let all this slide.
奇跡の魔女のあんたがバトラごとき小さな駒を恐れるの？
Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Battler?
奇跡の魔女だからこそよ。
It's because I'm the Witch of
あん
Miracles.
な小石のようなやつでも起こす奇跡があることを。
I'll never forget that even a
私は
pebble
侮ら
like
ない
him is capable of creating a miracle.
その小石が今じゃ奇跡の魔女に大出世したものね。
I mean, after all, there is a little pebble who got super promoted into a Witch of Miracles.
もう一度聞く
I'll
わ。
ask again.
バトラ
Where's
は
Battler?
どこ？残念よ。
Too
ラ
bad,
ム、それ
Lambda.
が返事のようね。
Looks like that's your answer. Burncastel turned her back on Lambdadelta and told her master she's leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Ange. Battler readied himself. This time it was his turn to become a sacrifice, and even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. A candy firework exploded right in front of Burncastel.
ラムダ、
Lambda.
んたは本当にバカだわ。
You really are a moron. Lambdadelta.
やっちゃったわ。
Now I've done it.
Ange.
Ange?
あとは頑張りなさい
The
よ。
rest is up to you. The cat overlords changed their formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine, and each drew the most terrifying of magic circles from their respective worlds and began chanting.
私は少し混乱して
I'm slightly
いる。我が
confused
巫女よ。そしてラムダデルタ教よ。
by you, my Mika, and Lady
これは
Lambdadelta.
どういう余興なのか。
What sort of sideshow is this?
ラムダは私が鍵を取りに行くのを邪魔したいみたいよ。
Looks like Lady Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key.
ほう。
Oh,
それはどういう意味なのか。
the point of that be, I wonder.
その意味がわかんないなら、
Well, if you still don't get
フ
the
ェ
point,
ザリーヌ、あんたちょっと酔っ払ってるんじゃない？
must be getting a little bit tipsy, Featherine.
酔いざましが必要なんじゃないかしら。
Looks like you need a pick-me-up. Lambdadelta bluffed as well as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly.
巫女への攻撃は主への攻撃とみなす。
An attack against Umineko is considered an attack against your master. This is where you're like, I knew Burncastel wouldn't get hit by that. That was fine.
そなたも知らぬ
You
わけ
should
で
know this
はあ
as
る
well as
まい。
anyone, correct?
知ってるわ。
I
そ
know
の
it.
ルールによると、私はあんたたちとやっぱり戦わなくちゃならないわけ
Going by
だ
that rule, looks like the two of us are gonna have to fight.
ほう。
Oh.
私か私の巫女がそなたの巫女に失礼をしたか。
Have I or my Miko caused insult in any way?
ならば詫びよ
If so, please accept my apologies.
う。しかし教えてはくれぬか。
Tell me one thing.
今はそなたは巫女を持たぬはず。
I didn't think you had a Miko at the moment.
そなたにはいつの間に巫女がいたというの
How
か。
long have you had one?
それがね、
Oh, as for that,
いっぱいいるのよ。
got a ton of them
30
already.
人か40人くらい。
30 or 40, I
もっ
think.
といるかしら。
Maybe even more.
このラムダデルタ、相手が誰だろうと、ミコに売られた喧嘩は全部買い取っちゃうんだからね。
I, Lady Lambdadelta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent
そ
is.
いつらはみんな絶対のハッピーエンドを信じてる。
All of them are certain a happy ending will
こ
come.
の絶対の魔女がそんな絶対を信じて頑張ってる連中をね、
And as a witch
見
of
捨てら
certainty,
れ
I
るわ
can't
けがないでし
I
ょ。
can't abandon people who work hard and believe with certainty like that.
そなたの物語も嫌いではない。
I can't say I dislike this tale of yours.
我が感激に値する。
It would be worthy
し
of
か
my
し
viewing.
今の私は感激者でなく、
But I'm not
出
a
演者
spectator
で
at the
ある。
moment. I'm a performer.
我が巫女の親友であることを知るから一度だけ忠告する。
I know you're my Miko's close friend, so I'll give you one
こ
more.
の舞台を降りるがよい。
Remove yourself from the
我
stage.
が観覧席にそなたのための特別な席を設けさせよう。
I'll prepare a special seat for you in my audience
あんた
seating.
の物語と私が感激してる物語のどちらが面白いか考えているわ。
I've been thinking about which is more interesting, your tale or the one I've been watching.
答えを聞こうぞ。
And your conclusion?
バトラたちの物語の方が100倍面白いわ。
Tyler's tale's 100 times
悪
better.
いけど今年の助演女優賞は私がもらっとくわ。
Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year.
あんたたち
Hey, you
最
guys,
後の人気投票は私に入れなさいよ。
you better vote for me in the last character popularity contest, okay?
最低でもトップ5よ。いいわね。
At least top 5, got it?
どこ見て言っ
Who are
て
you
んの
talking
よ。
to? As Lambdadelta pretended to joke around, she calmly focused on the one weak point she could see. If she had a chance for a single attack, then a 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. It was that horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Featherine's head. Without it, she couldn't preserve her own existence, and destroying it was impossible, but if Lambdadelta could jar it enough, she might be able to make it bug out. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged, and her personality and appearance had changed. However, she's aware of that herself and probably wouldn't let it happen again no matter what.
よかろう、ラムダデルタ卿。
Very well, Lady Lambdadelta.
そなたの脚本が準備できたならいつでも参られるがよい。
When you've finished your script, feel free to send it whenever you wish.
脚本なんて簡単よ。
Script
たっ
simple.
た1行。
Just one line.
華麗でキュートなラムダデルタ様が
The fantastic, cute Lady
悪の黒幕
Lambdadelta.
アウアウローラを一撃でぶっ倒す。
Took out the evil mastermind Aurora in one single shot.
愚かなラム
Foolish
そこ
Lambda.
まであなたが愚かとは
I never
思わ
realized
なか
how
った
stupid you were.
猫たちは手出し無用。
The cats need not interfere.
ラムダデルタ教より献上されるこの勇敢なる物語に対し、
I will personally
私
reward Lady
自らが褒
Lambdadelta
美を取らせよう。
for the courageous tale she's
勇
submitted.
敢なるそなたにふさわしい物語と結末を褒美に取らせる。
You'll be granted a fitting tale and a fitting end for your bravery.
フェザリーヌ・アウグストゥスアウアウロー
Featherine Augustus. Oh, Aurora. Oh my goodness, the name. Lambdadelta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a massive overhead.
すまぬわ。
Forgive me, but... Then the world's
そ
time
なたの
stuff.
脚本は採用しない。
Your script will not be used.
なぜなら
After all. Rather than time stopping, it's more like flipping the pages of a book and stopped. In this motionless world, closely packed letters
この
appeared.
先の脚本を記すのは私であるからだ。
One writing the rest of the script is me. It was a tale that had been written up to this very moment. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambdadelta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a massive overhead. This was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed.
参ったものだ。
How troublesome.
戦いを書くのは久しぶりでな。
It's been so long since I wrote a fight scene.
唐突にこのような展開で筆を預けられても困るというもの。
How annoying to have to suddenly write up a development like this out of the blue. How's this gonna go? I have no clue. But it's getting super late, so I guess we're not finishing this tonight. Sorry, guys.